everyone, and welcome back to ESL Challenger League 47 European Edition. I'm back. Hayes is back. I said we'd be back. I promised. And here we are. Hayes, how are you feeling about today's matchups?
I'm really looking forward to it, Sam. I mean, we got some good entertainment out yesterday. Today's game's looking spicy as well. There's a lot of question marks around the team. TSM is going to be playing as well. So I'm just looking forward to everything being answered and seeing what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of hype around today's matchup, and we're going to dive into that in just a moment. But first things first, let's take a look at our groups, just for a little bit of a refresher course, so everyone can see, what teams are participating across the board. Now, of course, we do have 4 groups, but for us, we're going to be chilling on Group D. We were there yesterday. We saw a really cool matchup between Sangal and Movistar, and boy, did that go the distance. But today, we're going to have a really exciting matchup once again, and I've been kind of curious to see how the brackets have been playing out. Do you think that some of the matches have gone kind of how you've predicted this season so far?
I'd say, to a degree, it's a very stacked Challenger League here, season 47, isn't it? There's just so many teams that you could, kind of earmark and say, this is a really good team you should watch, and they stand a chance of making it through to Pro League. I mean, all of these groups have got just, stacked teams across the board, so it's really difficult to say which teams should be winning the games. I think, for the most part, it's 50-50 matches. Group D is taking some shape, though. I mean, we got to see Group D yesterday, Sangal versus Movistar Koi. Of course, Movistar came out on top of that, so they're still having a flawless start here to the group. 9, 0, and 2, they're going to have to up their game, and TSM can't really afford to lose this one either, Sam.
Yeah, for Sangal, obviously, they were on a really hot streak and came up against Movistar Koi, and in a far more close fashion than I think we'd expected, they did finally get handed their first loss. And it was actually, I think last week, I got to watch 9 versus Eyeballers, and again, that was far closer than I think we'd expected. But you were saying this yesterday, Group D, a little bit of a group of death, not really as open-ended as some of the other groups. So I can't wait to see how these results are going to flesh out. And you mentioned TSM, of course. That's going to be one of the teams that we're going to be watching today. So really looking forward to seeing how that's going to be shaping up. 9 Pandas as well. They've only played 1 game so far, but didn't really go the way that they would have wanted. So it feels like they really do need to kind of step on the gas a little bit more. But thankfully, we are still very, very early doors. Now, just a reminder, folks, this is the A stream, the best stream, where we will have TSM versus Eyeballers. But we do have 2 streams running concurrently. So over on our B stream, if you want to go check that out for whatever reason, it's going to be a Polish derby, Rebels Gaming versus Braziluskilus. Yes, I learned how to say that.
Wow. I thought you were in some trouble there, honestly. When the schedule came up, I was reading that to myself, and I was like, yeah, I'm glad she's the one who's telling everybody what's going on right now, because I have no idea how I would pronounce that. So props to you, Sam. That was clean.
Thank you. Yeah, it was Illuminar at a point, and then there were some changes there, and I remember on day 1, I had to DM a bunch of my Polish friends to go, how do I say this? Because I lived in Poland for a while, and I can say some things. Everybody was really impressed when I kept saying things like Wisła Kraków, and everyone was like, oh my goodness, your Polish is so good. And then I got to this word, and I did. Do you know what that means?
I have no. I mean, Braz, I would say there's something to do with the brother. Would be my first guess.
No, okay. It basically means Brazil cool.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I mean, fair enough. I appreciate that. It's going to be winning over some fans, that's for sure. Certainly one of the bigger regions that we have in our community. But yeah, that's going to be a good game. I mean, I love derbies as well, right? There's a lot more on the line than just the match itself. There's pride as well, bragging rights in the community. So that should be a good one. But yeah, focusing on this game, I think we can start to talk a bit more about teams, right? Because TSM is the one there's a lot to talk about in particular. They've changed a lot of players. Obviously, the roster that they started with when they came back to Counter-Strike, there's only 1 player still standing from that original team, that's Valde. Outside of that, they've brought in Poison, they brought in Joel, they've brought in a couple of Quirts, another one, and Siphon, right? Those are the 2 other players as well. There's a team on HLTV, though, which might be a bit different from the team we're going to see in the server, so no one really knows what to expect from TSM right now.
Well, I mean, you just brought up Joel, and here you go. He is our player to watch for the day. Now, you and I, we had a bit of a discussion about this in the green room, and I'm busy going, man, Pepsor had such a great match last week. He's kind of a veteran in the scene, been around for a long time. That's going to be my person. And you were like, no. It's all about Joel. So tell us a little bit about Joel.
Well, Joel is just a player who's had pretty interesting stories so far. I mean, looking at him from a player point of view, he's incredibly skilled at what he does, young and up and coming, and he's sort of someone a lot of people have touted as one of the future stars from Sweden. He plays an enterprising brand of Counter-Strike. He's a fun guy to watch. He can take over the server. Sort of was bobbing and weaving back between the AWP and the rifle at one point, but he's settled on the rifle now with Poison in the team, obviously. And he has a lot to offer. I mean, a very bright future ahead if he can stay on the right path and continue to develop his skills. So I'm excited for Joel. I mean, he's got a 1.36 rating, Sam, across 22 maps played. I mean, those are some good numbers.
Yeah, that is exceptional. It's very seldom that you see people consistently keeping such high numbers. So looking forward to seeing how this is going to kind of shape up as we head into the series. And we got to talk stakes here, right? For Eyeballers, this is a team who have been around since like the dawn of time. But their results have never been much more than middling.
Yeah.
And one of the points that I made a couple of weeks ago to cast them was the fact that they hadn't made any roster changes, so there's a bit of a proving ground here for them. I do have them as my potential winners here. I've predicted that they're going to come out on top of that one. I see you've done the same, but for TSM, what do you think their big stakes here are, and do you think they can pull this through?
Well, I mean, first of all, we don't know which roster is going to be on the server for TSM because the team on HLTV is different to the one we've been sent on Discord.
Yeah.
So it's tough to say. I guess at this point, they're just trying to, build this foundation. They're trying to figure out the direction they're going to go in. They've kept Valde. He's going to be calling for the team, and it's just about trying to figure out the direction they're going to head in. Whereas for Eyeballers, they've changed one player recently. Shine has been a part of the team for a long time. Benched him a couple days ago. Flusher, obviously everybody knows who he is going to be playing in his place. So, Eyeballers should be more complete coming into this, have a much better identity, more momentum behind them as well. Whereas feels like TSM, it's a very stagnant start for them. But they've got parts to work with. Like Joel playing as well as he is a really good sign. Valde has always been exciting. Kurtz is a player I really liked along with Zyphon. I thought Zyphon was the best part of Sprout. They've got him now as well. I feel like they've got the right pieces in the team now. It's just about finding a way to make it work. And this is a good chance for them to start to make that happen.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see Flusher. I saw on our rundown, he was sitting there as a substitute. And then obviously, as you mentioned, right, Shine was benched a few days ago. So this is one of those OG players, along with players like JW, right? Players in the server that have been around the scene for so long. And he himself is such a storied player with so many titles and trophies under his belt. But this was a few years ago. So I'm looking forward to see what he's going to, have in store for us in the server today. Now, we are just waiting on our veto, and hopefully we'll have that soon. But let me pick your brain while we wait for it, Hayes. What do you think we're going to see today?
That's a good question, Sam. I mean, normally in a situation where a team is quite new, they're going to stick to sort of more basic maps like Ancient, and we do get, I was going to say Mirage as well. See, Mirage isn't going to be featuring. Oh, it is actually. There we go. TSM have picked Mirage, so that makes sense. Eyeballers are going with Overpass, and then Ancient will decide. So actually the two maps I mentioned, Mirage and Ancient, sort of maps you would look to start on as a team, both featuring. So I think that will bode well for TSM.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me when Inferno is one of the bans. I kind of see it as one of the Holy Trinity maps that most teams just feel really comfortable on because it's so old. But obviously, since we moved into CS2, a lot of things have changed on some of these maps, and it feels like Inferno has definitely had a little bit of an overhaul. So teams still kind of coming to grips with that. I don't particularly mind. As a lot of people think that Mirage is boring. Now that Dust 2 is out of the pool, we need a new map to hate. So clearly it has to be Mirage.
Mirage is great, okay? Mirage is an awesome map. Inferno has a lot less to offer than Mirage. Mirage is brawly. Mirage, you can get your hands dirty. Riflers can have a little bit more leeway. Inferno is so cuts and dry by the book kind of thing. I think Mirage, you got a bit more wiggle room kind of thing. So that's I've loved Mirage for a long time. I do think Overpass will be tough for TSM though. Very technical map, right? It's a map where it relies heavily on synergy and teamwork and just repetitions in general, especially on the T side because there's so much depth. And it's a map Eyeballers have been comfortable on for a while. They've won it 4 out of the past 5 times they've played it, only losing it to Alliance most recently. They've got a 76% win rate on their CT side as well. So that means TSM are going to have a tough task on that T side for sure.
Yeah, when I think about really technical maps, the first two that pop into my mind are Overpass and Vertigo. And thankfully, Vertigo is not happening. You know what? You may not know this. We haven't really worked together much. I am of the strong opinion that Vertigo can be launched into the sun. So,
Okay. So
very
you're
happy
Verti no,
to see.
basically.
No, very much so. Verti hell no, in fact.
Okay.
But Overpass, I do actually really enjoy. I think a lot of my love for Overpass came from FlyQuest Red over in the North American ESL Impact scene. Exceptional women's roster, and I mean, they absolutely slap on that map. So a lot of my appreciation for the map definitely did come from them. So looking forward to seeing that one. And then our decider, Ancient, very much an Ancient fan. I love that that's going to be the final stomping ground if we get there. And, you know, based on some of the results that we've had over the last few weeks, Eyeballers going so close against 9 all the way to a third map, and TSM also kind of struggling a little bit. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of potential for a third map between these two teams. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I expect to see a decider here. And Ancient hasn't been you know, Eyeballers haven't played much CS lately, but it used to be a really good map for them. So if they can find their footing once again, that would be great. But Sam, we're still waiting for the players to get ready. We're waiting for them to set themselves up on the server. As soon as they're ready to go, guys, we will be as well. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the first map of the series.
Alright, sorry for the short delay there, chat, but we are in the game and ready to go. We're just waiting for the teams to get themselves sorted out and ready. We're ready, they're ready. We're going to kick things off here on Mirage. And of course, TSM going to start things out here on the T side and looking to take a really fast exec towards A.
Yeah, Eyeballers making moves as well in towards middle, not sitting by idly here on their CT side pistol. Heap is the one who's going to be tested over towards A and forced backwards initially. Util continues to roll in here. They're taking good control. Everything going according to plan right now for TSM. Bomb plant going to follow suit, and now it's Eyeballers who have to make the next move.
Well, there you go. First move made, and it's going to be quickly followed up by yet another one. TSM might have to just back away a little bit as their players fall to the wayside. Bomb planted will at least give them a bit of cash, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold on to this round. They are whittling away a lot of time, though. What is happening? Okay, there you go. That got a little bit spicy.
JW with the knife out already in the first round. First round of the series, and he's already looking for a knife kill. He is a different breed as Mr. JW. Always entertainment going when he's alive, that's for sure. Been one of my favorite players to watch for the longest of times. Started watching CSGO 2014. He was the man. He was him. JW with the AWP. My god, that presence on the server was like nothing else. And yeah, always entertainment. So, bit of a privilege for me to get to cast the JW game, that's for sure. J Wonder Child.
It's always nice
Big
when
round,
you
though.
have those moments.
Yeah, for sure, right? Oh man, that's a moment for Modo. What? 3 kills off the bat, and then a response from Heap is a double.
Well, that's quite an interesting push from Eyeballers there, trying to take a little bit of sightline over towards window, but the smoke didn't come through there. Instead, TSM decide to ego it, and Modo just goes absolutely massive. The trade back is good, but is it going to be good enough, right? There's a lot that needs to be done here in this 2 versus 3. Bomb is ticking away. Do have a kit on hand, but TSM playing this so well, hiding out, Lurk coming in round back, does get taken care of, but Flusher dangerously low now. One stray bullet could be the end of it. Tell me this is the Palace player. Tell me they know. The 1-2-3 swing, only one player. He's the one with the kit. I mean, that's magical, but does he have the time? Oh, it's going to be so close. Down to the absolute wire! Split seconds away.
Oh my god, I can't believe Flusher actually makes that work. He picks up the kit in transition. He doesn't have to change his course after he drops off the stairs. If that kit was, you know, a meter to his left or right, there isn't enough time for him to pick it up and get on the defuse. So everything just falls into place accordingly. And that's a bit of a disaster. I mean, Modo's now wondering, oh, not yet production. Modo's now wondering, how have we lost that round when I got 3 opening kills the way that I did?
Yeah, honestly, a little bit of a surprise, I think, for him after the over-aggression. Not even over-aggression, man. It was purely just, like, bait play. Eyeballers just peek out and get mowed down, and thankfully there's a good position to be able to, you know, trade that back. And the fact that 2 players are then able to re-grasp that control and bring the round back into their favor. It felt like TSM had a really good hold on the site as well. You had 3 different players. They set up such a good triangle, but I think, again, it's just kind of over-eager peeking and not playing that time efficiently. And Eyeballers, I mean, that experience coming through, right? Not just individual experience, but experience as a team.
Yeah, it's going to kick them, or they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit, I reckon, with the way that they go on to lose that round. Not normal. You get 3 opening kills and you fumble around at the end of the day. But CT's made it work. Great recovery from them. 2-0. The bot line came through though, so at least they will be able to afford another buy here. Just had a disconnect. I think it was from one of the TSM players, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully we'll get him back in the server. And there we go. It looks like everything's been remedied and back into the game we'll go.
Alright, TSM, gonna need to bounce back from that one. Mentally, I think, more than anything else. See if they are able to do it. They do keep that round relatively expensive for Eyeballers, though, so the reinvest is not great. JW has bought into the AWP, though. They're gonna need to be very wary of how that's gonna work out. He's posted it up in towards mid, but this time around, TSM. Team solo mid, team no one mid. No? Damn. I thought that was quite good.
My mic was muted. I sneezed and my mic. Oh, I'm sorry. I left
Bro,
you. I'm like
you left
laughing
me so
and I'm
hanging,
responding.
I'm, like,
I know,
heartbroken.
but my mic.
So
I'm sorry,
awkward.
Sam. I know. That's my bad, guys. I shouldered that one. That was a goodie. I was saying in the previous round, Motto was mid and he did the damage. This round, as you say, nobody. But I'm gonna see if that's a problem or not. Sapik in the corner. He's gonna find himself just the one. Should be enough though. Kills continue to come through. 2 versus 3. B bomb site compromised. Retake underway. They've got a kit, they've got utility. But it's not going to be the easiest here. I mean, TSM have some decent post-plant positions, so there's no immediate way into the side here for eyeballers.
Yeah, 5-person stack in towards that B site, rushing straight out and with a little bit of kickback, but not nearly enough. Oh, I was about to say 3v2 retake, but Joel, you pointed him out at the start of the series and yeah, immediately brings things back down to a much more manageable position. Crossfire is fantastic. JW lost one left alive. Surely he just backs out. You don't want to lose this AWP. Ah, you know what? He'll take one with him, because why the hell not?
Yeah, I mean, at least a little bit of extra damage inflicted. As for TSM, they're on the board. Good exec into the B bomb side. I mean, it wasn't looking good in the 4 versus 2, but they're still actually able to make it work seemingly with ease there between the 2 players left alive. Really well navigated, Motto and Joel. Good job between them. I mean, they're the only ones with kills so far, Sam. Siphon, Inters, and Valde yet to get off the mark. So this is the Joel and Motto show, as far as I can tell.
I hadn't even noticed that. That's rough. That is very rough. You hate to see that. But, I mean, TSM, despite that, still do get one on the board here. Unfortunately, that last round was ridiculously expensive for them. So going to be a very rough reinvest. Neither team really flush at the moment with cash. Oh, aggression from Sapek instantly deleted. Now they have overrun all the way up into Apsia. Going to drop down onto the site completely not uncontested. Good God. The Deagle sings, but it's only going to be good for one. Joel able to trade it out really easily. Now, the re-aggress from Eyeballers. I mean, this is damn near impossible. They had almost nothing into this. And, well, now almost everyone has a kill for Team Solo Mid, except Bobby.
Yeah, it's okay. He's the IGL, you know, he's setting his team up. He wants to boost their confidence as well. I do like the call in that round as well to just play Foston towards the B bomb site. Works out nicely. You could see Sapik was caught off guard in no man's land. That was really awkward for him. And then there was the flash thrown from Broken Walls, so TSM knew there was a play in the back of the site. And then they weren't even thinking about the bomb plant. They were just making sure that they were covering each other, assisting each other in the fights. And yeah, got across the line with ease there, I would say. It's been a close couple rounds so far, but that one was the most clear cut we've had. Scoreline leveled up, anti-eco for the T side, and a prime opportunity for them to get the lead.
Oh my God, that flash. And yet, despite it, the aggression comes through, but TSM bounced back in a very strong way. Anti-eco, like you said, we weren't going to expect too much from Eyeballers out of that one. They do take one down with them, so they'll at least be happy with that. But 3 rounds in a row here, TSM starting to make some bank. Definitely not going to be feeling that economic crunch.
For sure. Residual cash being built up nicely. That's always lovely to have on your side when you're the IGL, because you know you've got a bit more freedom to call with. You've got a full buy to fall back on, so you can get a bit cute with it. You can try something quirky, something out of the pocket. Either way, it's going to be numbers in towards mid for TSM. Again, just barreling in, looking to assert their dominance, and they have forced Eyeballers back, so it's quite a lot of control they've been able to gain early on here with actually very limited utility usage, Sam. They've only used 2, now 3 pieces of util in the round so far.
And for Eyeballers, I mean, they got to keep on to every last little bit that they have. Have to be so careful about where they place it. With TSM, I mean, they got so much of it, they could just... They can afford to fake. And that's, in this economy, that's pretty impressive. But look at this lurk. How the hell has Pepsor gone and done that? How are they just
straight
so...
through ramp.
Like, yeah, but how are they just so unaware? They're not even watching... There's no one who's posted up for this. No one's even aware. No one's even watching.
Oh, there we go. I mean, unfortunate that he's only going to get the 1 kill, but it's also a lot of information he's gleaned in the process. It's going to force TSM's hand here. They're going to have to push through apartments. It's actually Flusher who's watching at range. Not ideal with the MP9. Has got Sapik on the cross, though. So they shouldn't have too much trouble closing this one out. I mean, it's really predictable what's going to happen, obviously, with the info eyeballers have got. So they should be well aware what's about to come their way. It's why they've got the third player in position. Valde will drop down, though. That's going to catch Flush off guard. Yeah, you don't want the bomb just yet, mate. Still 2 players to deal with on the bomb site itself.
Well, unfortunately, they're not going to have too much to deal with those players. Now Inters... Oh, man. Spidey senses tingling. He loses the 1v1, though. And now it's all down to JW. We spoke about him, right? Seasoned veteran of Counter-Strike. Can he be the wonder boy that we need him to be here? I say we. It's all eyeballers. TSM now going to go for the plant. Should have just enough time. Head down low. Trying not to get caught. JW, loses that battle. Inters with a massive 1v2 clutch to win out the round for TSM.
So calm was Mr. Inters. I mean, what, 2 rounds ago he didn't have any kills? Now he's got 6 frags. Great kills coming through from him. I love the way he plays that clutch. You could see he had a perfect grasp on the situation in terms of how much time he had and what he could do with his time. Because he took his, a few seconds initially and he realized, listen, 9 seconds left, got to get a move on, grabs the bomb, plants behind the box, perfectly positioned, and then just plays the 1v1 to perfection. It's only his head exposed while you can see JW's whole body. And that's going to be a great way for them to open up the following round. So TSM, they're in the groove right now, man.
A bit of a slow start to the map for sure. But they have picked things up quite nicely. And they're not going to allow what happened that previous round with that crazy lurk to happen a second time. Now they've got people posted up at every extremity. And look at the way Joel is watching, right? They know that they don't have apps control. So he's going to keep an eye out for as long as it takes. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out in mid here. Valdi, however, going to keep his teammates back. And there you go. Easy round for TSM. They don't even have to execute. They just hang out.
That's the thing with this TSM, though. I mean, look at the names. There's so much name value across the server on this team. It just, for some reason, they haven't been able to make it work. And when it does work, it looks really good. Looking really, really good. I mean, Inters was the one that I was really surprised they let go of. And, I mean, on his Twitter and TSM's Twitter was official that he had been benched and pursuing other opportunities. And he was the one I was like, you guys, you shouldn't be letting go of Inters and Valde. Those were the 2 I was the highest on. And, Siphon is a great addition. I love the Joel addition and quotes as well. But it's just a lot of question marks right now, Sam. Not so much in the server, though, because they're looking good.
I'm going to be happy with how this is kicked off. Oh, jeez, man. Joel is 11-4 at the moment. I mean, he's just been an absolute monster. Zypin spots out the elbow. Great flash from eyeballers. That's going to net them 2 kills here. Now, they are going to fall off a little bit, give up a little bit of space. It's a bit of an ebb and a flow, a give and a take. And for now, TSM will take control of the site. But eyeballers, it's a good call from them. Regroup, push back. We do have flank watch, but no flanks to be spoken of, so... need to be aware that they have to play together as much as possible. For now, just holding these long angles. Bomb has been planted. Thank you, announcer. Disembodied voice in the sky.
Yeah, just in case anybody missed that right now, it's going to be a 2 versus 4 though. Modo and Inters. Modo, the common denominator from 2v4 that they won a couple rounds ago. Inters good for 1. Leaves Modo in a 1v3. JW holds down the line. And although Eyeballers lost the first pick in the round, they actually still maintained really good control. The response was solid off the bat, able to get 2 quick kills, and then they knew how to navigate the situation from there. The push and pull, giving up the plant, but still, making sure they had a grasp on the site. Never really allowing TSM to get into comfortable positions. Inter still on the stairs when the bomb goes down, so it was a good retake. And Eyeballers win a vital round back there to stem the flow.
Start building up a little bit of an econ buffer for themselves. Not quite there yet. Every last cent that they have is going into this reinvest. And I like the way that they ran that retake. I think that it worked out quite nicely for them. Those opening kills as well, obviously quite pivotal. And, maintaining their own momentum. So now TSM, they've had some decent success over towards A. See if they can replicate that this time around. A lot of great early util coming out from Eyeball. Oh my god, beautifully timed. As the smoke dissipates from the HE, JW, give him a moment. He's going to take full advantage of that. Now execute's going to start happening in towards this A site, but Eyeballers, all of them so very, very close. It's going to be a very easy rotation for them.
Yeah, TSM still should be able to force their way into the bomb site here. I don't know how much Eyeballers want to contest while the utility's still in play. They've lost their CT player as well. Oh, JW has a bit of a gap though. I guess there was a gap created by the nade. Who knows? But kills continue to roll through 2 versus 2. The name of the game. Snaking their way amongst the smoke grenades right now. Siphon's been able to get himself in connected. You can see Sapik smells the rat right now. He realizes that something's amiss. Oh my god, they trade dinks. AK trumps the M4. Flusher left in the 1v2. He's got a kit, so got time on his side, but that smoke's going to be difficult to try and get through or get past. If anybody can find a way, it's Flusher.
But time on his side, that's so relevant, right? Bomb's still not planted. He just plays safe. Oh my god. No!
Come on.
Oh, timing. Timing
Great
so
awareness
important.
from Siphon. I mean, how good is his awareness to actually just look back behind him?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think I check that if I'm in that position.
I'm not clearing that.
There's no chance. But well done to him. Unfortunately, you know what? There was a similar moment of realization. Turn in the smoke to spot out Zyphon, but it's just not nearly quick enough. Great round from TSM again. I think the problem here is Eyeballers seem to give up the site so easily. Or maybe not easily, but very quickly. There's very little pushback. Once TSM have set in, they're very difficult to displace from their position. So I want to see a little bit more proactivity from Eyeballers.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't have much money coming into this round here. They started off strong here. Then they lost a round. TSM went on a streak of 5. Eyeballers won 1 back, and then TSM straight back to winning ways. Look at what that's done to the money on the CT side. Pots and pans pieced together here, lose this, then eco in the next. And at that point, TSM have run away with the half. 7-3 becomes 8-3, so it's actually really important they make a stand here in this round 2 Eyeballers. There's a lot hinging on this investment.
A lot of util used over towards A here. They're really trying to sell this, and Eyeballers not falling for it. Their spidey senses are definitely tingling. Leaving one posted up in Palace, waiting to see if anything happens, potentially to go on a lurk of his own. But Eyeballers have reinforced this B site. They're aware. Now TSM again, very slow play style this time around. I love how dynamic they are. Looking to see if they can get an opener here. They don't want to be too aggressive, give over too much. And Bomb has time to rotate. I think that they've clocked that there's been a bit of a movement from Eyeballers, and Eyeballers themselves have read into this as well. The senses, the game sense on these players is absolutely phenomenal, but Bomb is going to get tapped. Bodies flying all around him, waits far too long. The Palace player activates, and Bomb's still not planted. Oh. Okay, enters, sure, I guess, but time is just... Okay.
A lot happened there. Unfortunately for Joel, the best option was to just stick the plant off the get-go. You can't fake him, or you can't fault him for faking it. You know, if there was someone ramp, he fakes it, steps out, gets that kill. We're singing his praises. Unfortunately, the player was in Palace, and so he came out a bit later on. I mean, it felt like it was the last bullet in the magazine that got the kill on the planter, so really tough for TSM, but such an important round from Eyeballers, and a good adjustment from them, because it was a good mid-round decision from TSM to pivot A, but Eyeballers were actually able to stay on top of the transition and the move as well. Okay, so game on, 6-4. Nobody has any cash in the bank, but he's balling in this round.
I'm still kind of amazed at how the decision-making for TSM and Eyeballers in that last round seemed to be happening concurrently. Just at the exact same time deciding to pivot. Well done to Eyeballers to keep things a little bit stressful. Now things are very stressful. I wasn't sure that was going to get him, but it does. It a little bit slow on the draw with the smoke, unfortunately. And a little bit slow on that smoke as well, unfortunately. Not able to connect the shot, but is able to recover the AWP. And I think that's going to be happy with that one. Last 2 players for TSM. And I don't think there's too much more expected to be done in this round. Maybe a little bit of economic damage. Surely they don't push for this. How did you miss that? No, JW. Oh, that seemed like such a cut and dry shot.
Oh, and that was from Volde. Lovely headshot coming through from him. He doubles down. He's just evading everybody right now. And 2v2. Way more doable for TSM. the two remaining players for Eyeballers on opposite sides of the map as well, and they both only have MP9s. Oh, and Valde's got a really good read on the situation, just flanking his way in towards the speed bomb site. Flusher has his back turned, and Inters is baiting. He's firing off FAMAS shots intentionally to keep Flusher interested, and there we go. Perfectly according to plan. That's a bold plant there, but it's okay. TSM, what a recovery. Now they've got the favorable 2v1.
JW missing that shot is redonkulous, and then he pays for it with his life, and the fact that he's then not traded out as well, Valdi being able to get two there.
Oh, no, mate, why?
There you go. Revenge for Pepsor.
Oh, he doesn't have the kit though. Inters is tucked in behind the pillar, playing this perfectly, not giving anything away. Wait, there's smoke on the bomb. This is gonna have to be the full 10-second defuse. Inters has no idea. Get your knife out, blood. Get your knife out. Stop spamming. Knife out, but it's not gonna be in time. 10-second defuse, stuck in the smoke. Pepsor has just robbed TSM blind. I mean, what was that plant position in all honesty? Nobody ever plants there. And Valde, he got lazy. He was watching the angle, perfectly posted in market. No need to check apartments at all. Nothing, he wasn't exposed to apartments, no reason. And it's a disaster.
2 back-to-back rounds of you shouldn't have won that. And yet. And the smoke spam. Do you know what? If I am the diffuser in that situation, I am panicking. And the fact that he just does not get hit, does not take damage, survives, manages to stick defuse without kits. For so long, he lives. TSM gonna be kicking themselves for that one. There've been a couple of rounds where small mistakes have left TSM lacking.
I think he just needed to pull the knife out there, not mess around. Knife out, swipe in the smoke. You know, I mean, maybe he thought he had a kit, and that was the concern. But I think after he misses all the shots with FAMAS, the Deeg was a real stretch. Anyway, that's in the past. Last round of the first half. And Eyeballers are looking to level up the scoreline, which wasn't looking like it would have been a possibility at one point going into the second half.
Money is such an issue for both of the teams, so the buys are not where you would want them to be. Eyeballers are going to try to make this work. It's going to be another push out towards B. And this time it doesn't feel like Eyeballers have the read they had a few rounds back. They've pulled everybody off of the B side. They've killed the lurk towards A, but now they have to be aware it's not going to be an A hit. They're going to need to readjust. Sapek spots out one. Head connected. The second to follow up. And that's it. I mean, he has single-handedly defended this B bomb site. Now TSM, with only 2 players left alive, have to readjust. Rotations have been pulled over. Heap's going to be able to catch out Joel, the secondary lurk, and now Modo. I mean, what do you do? With an AWP and a Dream, not terribly much. That is 6-6 at the half. We'll be back very shortly for the second half.
Great recovery from Eyeballers towards the end of the first half as they level up the scoreline. It was 6-3 at one point. They win the last 3 rounds of the half, not without chaos, Sam. And I mean, where does it go from here? Because I actually have no idea.
I think the big concern here is for TSM. I mean, that was their T side, and for teams that have not been together for a terribly long amount of time, T side tends to be a little bit easier to get results on. CT side can be a bit more difficult. So now that they've swapped into their own CT side, it's going to have to be somewhat flawless here. Okay, it's a great way to kick it off, Joel, with a nice trade-off. And Inter's going to follow that up beautifully. We're seeing some aggression out in mid here from TSM. Inter's trying his damnedest to get another one, but JW is going to shut him down. Gets the follow-up as well. Zyphon, last person left alive. I mean, there's just no way that he can go.
No. I mean, he's going to... This is impossible. No kit, 1 versus 3. And Eyeballers are everywhere, and they know exactly where he is. So it's a hopeless effort, and Flusher will put him down. JW's 14-7 right now, top of the server, tie with Joel. Probably the oldest, or at least second oldest after Flusher, and Joel probably the youngest on the server. So pretty cool to see opposite ends of the spectrum going head to head in that regard.
I mean, this is the exact thing that I was worried about coming into TSM's CT side, but is a pistol round. So can't infer too much from that just yet. Give it a little bit of time. And with it being an even out scoreline, TSM do at least have a little bit of wiggle room here. Unfortunately, no money to work with, so the classic stack. Pistol stack here over towards the A side, but Bomb's making its slow and steady way towards mid. Nothing committed just yet. I do like this from Eyeballers, despite the fact that they know that they have the advantage here. Rather play it a little bit safe. When teams are on a pistol round, they can tend to get a little bit crazy, so don't take any unnecessary risks. Try and win this as cleanly as possible. You don't want to have to reinvest. Oh no, the caboose sticking out. Beautiful shot to come through. Nice little HE to do some chip damage there. They know that the majority of the players are going to be over on this side, and yes, it will be... No, not flawless. Ah, Heap at the last second will lose his life. But overall, fairly clean round.
Indeed. That's what they would have been looking for. Build up some money going forward. 2 rounds that split these 2 teams now. Eyeballers have won 5 in a row, so they've got the momentum behind them. Can they keep it up is the question. Into the first gun round we go. If Eyeballers can win this, that's going to put them in a really good position, right? Because we go to their map pick of Overpass after this, and we know how much, well, what high regard we hold them in on Overpass. So looking forward to that one. If they can lead the series 1-0, they'll feel really good about going into their map pick next.
I mean, this is a big one for TSM. Obviously, next map they'll get to start on CT, so we'll see if they can take advantage of that. As much as it can be difficult for a newer formed team on a map like Overpass, that's the perfect place to try to take advantage. But we'll see once we get there. For now, trying to do a little bit of stall, a little bit of delay, garner some information where they can. Bomb nowhere near committed, but now it will be retrieved. Start making its way over towards the A side. A little bit of util over towards B as well, just to keep TSM on their toes. But a nice opening pick here from the Eyeballers. Instantly traded out, however. The 2 players over towards A activated, and they will start to shut it down. Unfortunately, overrun. Beautiful swing there. Bomb should get planted, as TSM still have to wait for a rotation from Inters to come all the way from this B side. Baldy's not waiting. He doesn't care. Bomb not down yet. He thinks he can get something done.
Yeah, he's deployed the smoke to try and play around it. He could get really good timing. Oh, they've rounded the corner. Oh, Flusher will get caught juggling some weapons. So at least that's a frag back. Valde's still not entirely certain where one of the 2 remaining players are. Actually, I don't think they've got location on either of them. No kit shot for the CT side, but they have dropped the smoke on the bomb, so that's going to be making things a little bit more chaotic. A nade into the smoke, and that's going to clear out the diffuser. Frag will come through from Valde. Drops another smoke onto the bomb, but he doesn't have the kit. He doesn't have health either, and that's a massive round win for Eyeballers.
Oh, well done on that one. Beautiful control from start to finish. It was looking a little bit like TSM might have the upper hand, but I think Inters gets a little bit over-eager, trying to, you know, push out onto the site and either deny plant or very quickly respond to the planter. But unfortunately, he just can't get enough done. Eyeballers have such a good setup there, creating a nice little triangle for themselves. I love triangles. I talk about triangles all the time. It's such a good crossfire setup. And, okay, JW loses his life instantly to a deagle at range. TSM have the numbers advantage, but not the weapons advantage.
Pepsil's onto the player back in towards CT, can relay the information through. There are a lot of players here for the CT side right now. And Heap is fairly low. He's going to have to be careful. Frag will come through. My goodness, that was a chaotic anti-eco round. A lot of damage for TSM, which they'll certainly welcome.
Definitely a lot more expensive than Eyeballers would have wanted, but they've now hit double digits. So it's definitely not the biggest concern for them. That being said, this could be their, I don't want to say their last buy, right? But they buy into this, spend everything that they have, a little bit of cash left over in the bank for the next round, but not terribly much. TSM now, full gun round, AWP in hand, everything going for them. And if they win this round, they could very easily see themselves clawing their way back into this. So Eyeballers cannot afford to drop the ball here.
Yeah, massive round for both of these teams. Economic reset looms for the loser. Looks like Eyeballers is going to take their time, build themselves into it. Couple players lowers, one top mid as well. Pretty standard default coming through from them. But it's going to be Valde who opens up. JW kind of feeling it out in apartments. So it's a forward position from Valde as well. Such an important round for TSM. Must-win gun round coming through for them right now.
I like seeing the proactivity as well. Dealing with the AWP, getting that offline, almost unrecoverable as well. And a lot of damage onto Sapek as well. Got themselves a nice little advantage into this one. He spots out one, gets the kill despite getting shot himself.
No.
Oh dear, caught with util in hand out in the open, and it's an easy cleanup kill there. Not the recovery that Eyeballers would have wanted. And Bomb has still not made its way anywhere. The entirety of Eyeballers falling to the wayside, bodies flying around, and Flusher is still in spawn with the bomb.
Yeah, he was hoping that Pepsol was going to be able to work miracles, but unfortunately there was just no chance. They knew he was in there as well, got dinked in his first fight. Flusher, 1v3, barely any time to work with. Should be a matter of time. Can he take any to the grave with him is the question. Not even in a clear under palace, so there we go. Free frag for Inters. And that's going to be TSM winning a vital round back there. I was a bit nervous for them because it was looking a little bit circumspect. I mean, it was a strong position they find themselves in at the start of the round. Just a little bit sketchy there towards the middle part, but they navigated with aplomb. So they do get across the line.
And as mentioned, losing that round puts Eyeballers in a very rough spot economically, so timeout will be taken. Had such a good start to this half, but TSM looking a lot better than I think previously anticipated. I will say that it feels like a lot of what they're doing, we were saying this during the halftime break as well, it feels like there's a lot of leaning onto the individual prowess of some of these players, right? Joel has been performing incredibly well, Inters is doing really well, Valdi's also up there. Zyphon's having a bit of a slower day, but it happens from time to time. I was actually interviewing Goose Breeder I was talking about FlyQuest Red a little bit earlier on, and she was saying, like, you know, teams have their ABC days, and so do players. So today is unfortunately a C day for Zyphon, but with the way that Joel and Inters in particular are playing, definitely going to pick up that slack a little bit here. And for Eyeballers, you need to try to match that.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like they're going to need Zyphon to come online sooner or later. Can't continue, you know, not contributing in the fragging department. And we all know what a strong player Zyphon is as an individual, right? So it does feel like it's a matter of time. In this round will be a good round to boost the confidence. I'd say send Zyphon in there, man. Just let him go farm some free frags against the pistols. Valde, that nade, yeah, collided from his teammate. There's Zyphon gets an eco kill, so that'll bode well for him. Valde wants this so badly, but it's just not, it's not feeling very comfortable, is it?
I think that HE was a little bit stressful, and the fact that then, oh man, Valdi backs off and Inters dies for his sins. But Valdi's still up here. Still has a chance. Eyeballers know that the bait and switch has happened. There you go. Valdi spotted out. He's going to be duking it out with this one player. Meanwhile, Bomb's heading over towards mid. Hasn't committed just yet. They know that they're on a pistol, so economic damage really is the name of the game here. possibly a plant at the absolute most. But pressure is going to be met with the barrel of an M4. Possibly going to follow that up onto Heap. You know what? I was really hoping for the HE kill, but the follow-up from Mono is good too. And Sapek, I mean, Bomb is lost. Yeah, a little bit. I think Sapek's going to try and recover this weapon. Nope, not denied. Not happening.
See, Valde, patience also gets you eco kills. You don't always have to hunt for them. Sometimes they come to you. Either way. 10-8. Another gun round here for Eyeballers. If they lose this one, 10-9 becomes a leveled scoreline because they'll have to eco afterwards. So, I mean, they won 7 rounds in a row to get themselves in a comfortable position, but TSM now breathing down their necks once again. Unsurprising, Flusher has got the MAC-10. That affords him full utility. What do Eyeballers fall back on? I mean, it hasn't been a great map for Eyeballers recently, but Mirage certainly used to be in their wheelhouse in a big way. I'd say like Mirage and Ancient were their 2 most played maps at one point along with Inferno, so they're certainly familiar with it. Let's see what they're going to conjure up here.
Great positioning from Inters there. Doesn't get the player that he actually does spot out initially. Oh my god. Great readjustment there from Sapek. Will take him down. Zyphon waiting. I don't know how he loses that, man. Heap just better.
And it's not like Heap gets the instant shot either.
Yeah.
Like steps out, adjusts, sprays him down. And this is a great position Eyeballers find themselves in. 4 versus 2. There's no way back into this round for TSM. It's just about getting these guns into the next round now. That's the only mission they'll be thinking about. Valde's like, I'm not so sure about that, Hayes. I've got a smoke grenade and a kit, brother. Watch this. Hold my beer. There we go. No. Now it's about getting out of there. He's kind of regretting it now. Wishing he had left. Doesn't look like he'll pay for his sins though. Oh no, this would be too ironic. If Motto's the one who dies and Valde doesn't, I don't think... That's just not fair. That's not fair, universe. Motto did all the right things. He headed for the hills. He found somewhere safe. Valde was the one on the front lines and he stays alive?
I mean... You know, Counter-Strike doesn't care about your fairness. Let's face it.
Yeah, that's true. Life's not fair, right?
Truly. Now TSM going to have to take that time out because despite having a run of good rounds, they've been really close rounds. So again, we find ourselves on an economic coin flip. Losing this round will likely lose them the map. So every single round here is so important for TSM. They should also be aware that Eyeballers do not have the best money in the world. And if they win this round, not only do they get all of that cash, but they deny any sort of like loss streak because Eyeballers have just won a round. So they will decimate that economy. And
on
then,
the flip side though, TSM lose this round, they've got nothing.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, I mean, this round, this is the ultimate swing round for TSM at this point.
Does appear to be the case. The ultimate swing round indeed. Swings and roundabouts. TSM 12-8 down, no money if they lose it, so everything on the line, and it does get off to an alright start. Joel through the smoke finds an opening kill. That's going to just prompt Heap to get a move on out of Palace once again. They're assuming full control of the A-bomb side. Not much resistance, and they do come into contact, and it goes their way.
Such a risky push out in towards mid. They were looking to stack up and get as much damage done as humanly possible, but they only managed to get one for themselves. Now they have to go in for this retake as bomb is going to get planted fairly easily here. And Eyeballers have so much time to set up this post plant, and TSM just going to have to save. They've got no money left pushing this.
Oh my.
I mean, that's devastating. The high risk play of pushing out in towards mid and trying to get like 2 or 3 kills off the back of that and only being able to get 1, but you've left the A side completely unguarded and Eyeballers can just overrun it with absolutely no kickback. That's devastating for TSM.
Yeah, it really is, right? They were making their moves. They decided to push their chips in towards middle and try and mount the defense there, and they got an opening kill. But I love the fact that Eyeballers, just without any hesitation, thought, okay, we've lost our one player in middle. We can't, you know, dawdle about now. We got to get a move on. People died to the explosion, but that's not much of a problem. What a recovery. I mean, what a good round from Eyeballers. They go up 12-8. 4 map points now to get one up over TSM on TSM's pick. And I mean, TSM were leading 6-3 And they were dominating those rounds they were winning as well. They then lost the one round where the plant got denied in the last second. There was then another round where the defuse was stuck in the smoke, and they've just looked rattled since then.
Genuinely, I think that the potential mental boom that some of these rounds have had, really, I mean, we've seen some very silly mistakes coming through from TSM throughout this map. And, you know, shaking off a little bit of that rust for some of these players. And, I mean, the youngest gun, Joel, is being an absolute superstar here. So much reliance on him, but just has not gone their way. Now, despite the fact that money was in such a tight spot for TSM, because they did save those 3 guns, they're able to kind of spread the wealth around a little bit, and they're still going to be able to buy into not only a pretty damn good buy, but an AWP as well. It was definitely the right call to make. Now on last round, everything to play for. Not going to go for that same mid-gamble, but Modo looking to see if anybody is cheeky enough to peek him. Such a good position here. Great util from Pepsor, but not going to get anything off the back of it. Modo gets so aggressive and still lives. Oh, that Nachi is nasty.
Yeah, that was a juicy one, man. Lands on top of Flusher. That's him out the round. If only the player lowers Pepsor had thrown the H instead of the Mod, he would have exposed Modo. And Siphon comes up good with the kill as well, but Modo will miss a shot. Pepsor punishes. So that does get Eyeballers back in with the chance. That was a massive gunfight. Sapik needed to go his way, and Joel is the one who will assert his dominance here in the round. Big multi-kill coming through from him. Leaves JW without much of a chance. It's, yeah, should be impossible in this 1v4. Bit of money for Eyeballers to get, what, $1,400 when they lose this round. If I'm JW, I think I'm just saving the AWP. I can drop an AK in the next. Pepsor can buy. So you got guns on 3 out of your 5 players. I think that's best case scenario at this point.
Great adaptation from TSM. They still go for that kind of aggressive push towards mid. Maybe not push, but presence towards mid. Change where the AWP is posted up. Doesn't get all of the value that it would have wanted, but creates enough of a distraction, enough of a diversion. Gone is some really good early intel, and they're able to play off of that perfectly. JW, you have no right, man. But unfortunately, these last 2 TSM players are posted up perfectly.
Oh,
JW, bro, I mean, he expected it, but just not
he fakes
it
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he actually hits that shot 1 health? I would be quaking in my boots at that point. I'd hate to be the player left in the 1v1 for TSM to try and make sure that you don't lose that round. All right, well, good crack, good attempt. 12-9. Eyeballers have to make a decision. I think they're just going to level... Oh, I was going to say I think they level out the economy and they guarantee a buy in the next round. But actually, they're going to go all in, and why wouldn't they? I mean, they've got more than enough firepower. The problem in this round is going to be utility. Flusher will certainly settle for the Mac 10. That's his 4A, but they're not going to have as much util as they would normally.
TSM doing so much to give themselves that stay of execution. Living to fight another day. The problem here is, I mean, Eyeballers have enough of a lead that they're not quite in the danger zone just yet. Now, losing out on this round, they'll have a little bit of loss streak bonus to work with. But they could still build back into this and close out the round. I feel like overtime is definitely an option here. I mean, if TSM keep up this form that they've picked up in the last couple of rounds, we could very easily be going into OT. And look at this push from TSM, looking for that early information out towards the A side. So they know that there's nothing happening here. They know that the presence has to be mid to B. So having all of that vital information, responses should be so easy.
Eyeballers have been enjoying this boost up into snipers. It was Pepsor last time. This time it's going to be Sapek who's boosted up in position, but Modo's ready. Oh no. What's the timing like? Disastrous for Modo. Sapek doesn't want to snap up the kill. Eventually he will. There we go. Now he's trying to join up with his teammates, but he can't get the kill on top of Valde. How has Valde found a second? And he's going to try and make his way through the smoke. Now this is criminal from Valde. He's between 2 players. He's going to get himself a 3rd frag. Eventually JW is going to emerge now, but Valde's still ready for the potential. He's going back hunting for JW. Valde, you madman.
What a round. Another one from TSM that they do so well in. Another round where a few small mistakes could have cost them so dearly. but the recovery was fantastic. And I think, again, that early information that they're able to get makes such a big difference. They know that they can start to rotate. They know that they have such like a solid control of the map, or a solid knowledge of where this hit is going to end up being. And they can pivot off of that. Now Eyeball is down onto this eco, but this is where things start to get a little bit dire. Losing this round, fine, that's expected for Eyeballers. Next round, however, they're going to come in with a really, really solid buy. They're going to do a little bit of economic damage here. 2 kills is actually pretty damn phenomenal. Flush just picked up the AWP. How expensive can you make this, man? Not very. Oh, that would have been amazing.
I was like, go on, roll back the lad. Roll back the years, lad. Give us some nostalgia, some vintage Flusher. You know, picking up the AWP in the eco, first frag found, pivots back around the smoke. I could see it happening. Either way, 12-11. Last opportunity for Eyeballers to finish off the job in regulation. Otherwise, we wipe the slate clean. We run it back in OT. We saw it yesterday. 12-8 turned into OT. And there's a good chance it's going to happen here again. Can Eyeballers finish it off? They've got one more shot here.
Last chance saloon for TSM as well to keep themselves alive in this. Oh my god, it's the aggressive push into mid, and this time Eyeballers are expecting it. Instantly that first kill comes through. Now Joel flashed out, has to reposition ever so slightly. Can't take that aggressive position here, but Modo, great trade-off there. Taking JW off of the board, and that's a huge boon for them. Now they're going to start heading over towards this A side, but there's a lurk coming in all the way from apartments. And if they can just wait just long enough, they don't have to wait. Modo's AWP is absolutely singing. Eyeball is falling apart at the seams, and now the lurk's going to activate. This is dire straits for Eyeballers.
Yeah, there's no way back into this one. This right, surely. Valdez already in Palace. He's got his victim lined up. There's just no world in which Eyeballers are going to be expecting to flank this early on. Oh my, I mean, he's still just jump spotting around as Mr. Heap. Valdez gets that for free, 4 versus 2. That really scuffs things up here for the T side as well, because there's so many different angles they have to try and contend with, and there we go. Overtime confirmed. What a fight back from TSM. Down 8-12, but they still kept the belief, and actually, they almost made it look easy.
Honestly, Modo does so much in that round. If he doesn't get those 2 AWP kills, I think that Eyeballers just overrun them. And I mean, that is the power of the AWP. That is what makes it such an incredible weapon. A momentum swinger, and brings things back easily into their control, even after they lost the first player out towards mid. Great adaptations from TSM. I mean, they looked a little bit shaky on the T side, but their CT side looked far cleaner than I'd expected. Pushing Eyeballers all the way into this overtime here. I just don't know how to call it at this point.
Yeah, it's rough for Eyeballers that it slipped to the stage. Things were looking really good for them, but that's now in the past. And TSM gonna have some good confidence and momentum behind them now. Modo was a big force in those last few rounds. Joel was great throughout the entirety of regulation. Eyeballers have got to put behind them, though, what's just happened. They can't dwell on the fact that the game has slipped through their fingers. Straight back into action, and the default is going to be the name of the game.
Oh my god, so cheeky. I don't know how he just gets up in there completely uncontested, but there you go. Another couple kills to come through. Well, a second kill to follow up the first. Eyeballers in a bit of a state of flux now. Now that there's nothing more out onto the field, they know that... Oh my god. Oh my god. How has this happened? They're just dancing around each other. There you go. This time around, Inters. Again. Great awareness. Flusher?
Did he just... What? I don't know how he disappeared there.
I was like, he didn't fall off the map. Like, this is not Vertigo. So, like...
Yeah.
What?
Not entirely sure what happened there, but he did just lose his life out.
Can you...
Either way.
I'm trying to figure that one out. Okay,
I didn't see if he was actually very low or not, and if he like took a little bit of fall damage, walked into a molly.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, because molly, it would have shown the thing. Maybe he did just like fall off of something with like 2 HP.
Yeah, I mean, normally Flusher you know, the experience. He knows his limitations. Either way, hasn't had a great time with it so far today. 11 kills to his name, same as Sapik. And TSM have got the lead. It's been a while since they've had the lead. And that's going to just continue to build their confidence that they've found here on Mirage so far. Their map pick. From here we go to Overpass, and that's why it feels like it's so important for TSM to win here. Because Overpass is going to be a challenge for them.
TSM heavy stacking the B site is really interesting.
Damn. Yeah. Not like they have any info, right?
Yeah, it's... I don't know what the call was. Everybody hang out on B and don't look for anything. Well, there you go.
Probably expecting a massive B exec in all honesty.
Well,
they might actually end up in that direction.
Yeah, funnily enough, right? Like, because only one gets killed, they think, okay, well, maybe now we've convinced them that that was our lurk and we're going B. But TSM not buying into it. They're chilling. They're waiting. Now, nothing spotted out just yet, but footsteps will be heard. Exec util will come through. Zyphon, great shot from backside. He slowed things down, but his position is now known. He's not checking every angle. Some beautiful util from Heap, however. 3 versus 1 here. Moto last one left alive. This was a great execute from Eyeballers. Such a good read, despite the fact that the site was so heavily guarded. They're able to flush them out so nicely. And Moto's just going to have to back out with the AWP.
Doesn't make sense. Why would you be saving? There's only 1 round left in OT after this, and you've got more than enough money to buy. That's a cop-out. Just attempt the 1v3. Try and make some sort of magic happen. You've got nothing to lose. Lovely restructuring of the round there from Eyeballers, though. Get that kill on Valde. Still commit to the B bomb site. The exec was solid. I mean, TSM, just too passive for my liking. You can't really have both players playing so passively. You noticed how far forward Eyeballers got onto the bomb site before TSM started contesting. I mean, Siphon sure gets that 1 kill, but then he has no idea that there's another player right on top of him. And, yeah, just kind of all snowballs out of control. Great exec from Eyeballers.
Double AWP on the T side?
Not for long,
okay, it was just for like an early little thing. Nothing gathered, nothing garnered. Swap over back to the rifle. I had questions about that for a moment, but fair enough.
Yeah, that would have been fair.
That would have been hilarious.
I mean, it could be like a storm-based thing. 1 peeking top mid, 1 peeking ramp at the start of the round, maybe. Like, I could get behind that. I don't think you'd hold on to them throughout the round.
Yeah, I mean, if you did, that would be very entertaining, but I don't know that that would necessarily be the right call. And now Eyeballers have managed to gather themselves quite a bit of space over towards B. Bomb is moving over towards A, though, and this is interesting. They've installed 3 players over towards B in case of a rotation. But Bomb is heading over towards A, and again, TSM do not bite. Doesn't matter what Eyeballers do to try and fake out, they never buy it.
Yeah, it's true. Seem to be set in their ways and their defenses. Going to be a split in towards the A bomb site coming through here. TSM are well poised to deal with it. 3 players dedicated to this A site right now, and then 1 in towards mid. Nice and passive from Valde, making sure that there aren't any boost shenanigans. There's still a 2nd player in towards ladder room. That's Flush, and he's been found out as well. Valde is just weeding them out, and now they're going to be forced into this A exec in less than ideal conditions. We're still somehow able to find frags, but I don't think there's a way for them to make this one work. Time too far gone, and there we go. Joel will finish it off. That's him up to 30 kills.
Joel has been a freaking demon. I'm very glad that we went with your suggestion for player to watch. Well, I mean, you know what? Pepsil's not that far behind. It's only 10.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Pepsil's put up a good game as well, you know, within himself.
Yeah. No, 100%. I think there's definitely a lot going into this from both sides. TSM will win the first half of OT. They're going to be feeling very happy with that. But here's where things get spicy. Because they didn't win enough rounds to get them onto map point. And their T side had holes in it. So for Eyeballers, if they can abuse that, there's a very good chance they can close it out here in the second half of overtime. But we'll find out.
It's just all about, yeah, it's all about which TSM are we going to get, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a really good TSM at one point in the first half, and
I think may have lost Hayes there. So we'll carry on into this one. Sorry about that one, chat. All right. Hey, he's back. I thought that was me. ZA Internet. Like, which one of us is dying?
Time, which is what matters. Oh, Zyphon not going to be ready for Heap on the opposite side. He's the one who clears out the smoke, but Heap is the one who takes advantage.
And it's great for Eyeballers. This is what I was saying. They need to really capitalize on their CT side here. Already at a 3-player advantage. So much HP in the barrel. Pepsor, what a devastating anchor here over onto the A side. 2 kills for him. Make that a 3rd. And he's slowly climbing. It's like he heard us. And he was like, no. I'm the player to watch. And yeah, I mean, he'll just hold down that site free and easy.
Okay, well, game's still very much alive right now. Eyeballers, it's a good testament to their mental strength, right? That even though the game slipped away from them in regulation, they've still come back to fight here in OT. And whoever wins this next round is going to guarantee themselves a map point. So, a lot on the line right now. 23 kills for Pepsor, JW, and Heap. Putting in a big shift right now. Zyphon wants to get ahead of that molly. He's charging forward. My god, okay. Asserting his dominance. There's no one else on the A bomb sites itself. Zyphon's a man on a mission, but they do need to still proceed with caution.
And this is just another one where Eyeballers have so much control. I love this lurk that you pointed out, though. Inters is going to get spotted out. He's still good for 1, however, but his position is known, and Heap catches the one pushing in towards him. They have control of bomb now. I mean, they know about Inters. There's very little that the lurk's going to be able to do, but Joel is still alive. And Joel is going to try to keep this rolling. Spam down through the smoke. And now the lurk of Inters is the only thing left to keep them going. I don't think there's terribly much that he's going to be able to do here. Smoke out over the top. Pushes in through mid. JW, aggressive hold. And despite the flash, it's an easy kill.
Okay, well, Eyeballers had 4 map points in regulation on their T side. And they couldn't close them out. They have got 1 shot. 1 opportunity to seize everything they ever wanted.
Oh my god.
Capture it, or they're just going to let it slip.
Mom spaghetti.
Something like that. Heard it somewhere. Listen,
Yeah,
we're both blonde.
great quote.
So, you know, Eminem and I, we're basically the same. He is him.
He is him, truly. Tactical timeout now from TSM. Let's segue away from that as quickly as possible. Because it's Eyeballers who found themselves on that series point, or map point, sorry, that I was talking about a little bit earlier on. And this was the big concern for TSM. Losing just 1 round on their CT side may have cost them the map. However, the timeout comes through. And to be fair, TSM have had some really good timeouts. Every time they take a timeout, we see a really solid resurgence from them. And they're going to need to pull out the exact same thing here. 1 round is all it takes to take us into a double OT. And Eyeballers looking to close this one out. It is their opponent's map pick, so they will feel very confident going onto their own map if they can securely put this in their pockets.
Which way does this one go? 1 chance on the CT side, and they're not making any super aggressive moves. Oh man, that smoke's gonna fade. Sapik takes contact. It feels like everybody's quite lucky to still be alive at the end of that one. I don't think anybody's too happy or too unhappy. Pepsor's the one who has a job to do now. Underneath Palace, he should go down. He does. Great kill coming through from Valde. Takes a lot of damage in the process, but brings it back into an even numbers game. The bomb's gonna follow suit, and TSM have got a lot of space to work with right now. There's a huge flank coming through from JW, but he has an AWP, so it's not really an ideal weapon. You can see how long he's taking because he's just not entirely sim, so gonna take him a while to get in position. Game on.
Well, they are aware that he's probably going to be coming up from here. We do have Inters holding for it, waiting for him to show some face. And the rest of the team not even waiting for him to activate, bro. Sapik, easy kill onto Moto, but the lurk is taken offline, and it's back down to a 2 versus 2. However, 1 player position known, 2nd player position at the very least suspected. They're going to have to try and 1, 2, 3 swing this.
No!
Inters gets both?
He's still in the molly. He's still standing in the flames right now, but it's just immortal because the map has paused. It's in freeze time. He gets forced out by the incendiary and gets both the kills to force OT. That's insanity. Oh my goodness. Okay, double OT. Here we go. Eyeballers have now had 5 map points. 5 chances on TSM's map to close it out, and they haven't been able to.
Jeez, and TSM now gonna have a little bit of a run on their T side, so gonna try and rake in as many of those rounds as they possibly can. I was not expecting that to go to double OT. The round starts off and I'm like, okay, Eyeballers probably got this in bag. Comes down to 2v2 and I'm like, all right, they got a good idea of where the last two players are, but Inters goes absolutely massive to clutch that one out. JW has been monstrous with this AWP, it must be said. Opening frags have been fantastic, but Moto going to do just the same and take Heap offline as well. Shot not connecting through the flames there, but a tasty HE to follow through. It just seems like there's a lot of 1v1 battles happening across the map here. No one really stacking up and taking solid control, but TSM have been forced, kind of corralled into a really rough spot here, and Pepsol is heading out on a lurk. They are keeping an eye out for him, and he could possibly lose his life in this one. If Eyeballers get too overly aggressive here, TSM are waiting for it.
There they are. Pepsol is found out, like you say. The awareness was on point for TSM, and Pepsol was probably licking his lips, right, thinking he's in a great position, but just great awareness from Volde. No need for him to do anything else as well, because he's got the AWP posted in mid. And here we go. Now they make a decision. Where do they go? Looks like they're going to try and get themselves in towards this B-bomb site. 2 through apartments, 1 through middle, minus the middle player. Turns into a one-dimensional hit, and JW is in such a good spot with the AWP. Hits the first and turns it into a 1v2, and he's not going to hang around for Valde to try and get the trade either.
Such dynamic AWPing. That will keep him alive just a little bit longer. Valdi now spots out one, realizes that it's not the AWP player, so he should know that both players are out towards that direction, but there's no patience. Flusher is a man on a mission, and while JW gets taken out, Valdi none the wiser. And Flusher will be able to clutch it out, and that is a clean defuse. Really well played from Flusher and JW, it must be said.
I mean, you can see the big cogs working in Flusher's brain there. Even though JW died, he knew there was no way Valde's going to think there's a player coming from Broken Wall. So he knew he had that kill dead to right. And Eyeballers may not have been able to win the last round of OT1, but they win the first of OT2 to open up their account. It feels like TSM have just been chasing this map throughout the entirety, right? When are they able to pull ahead and shift gears? Because, I mean, it's all good and well that they constantly deny Eyeballers getting across the line, but eventually they have to make a move here, right?
Something definitely has to give. What is it with us and crazy OTs, by the way?
I don't know, I guess. Well, I mean, we've both been casting for so long, but we've never had the pleasure of casting together, so now it's just like, you're gonna cast together.
The universe has spoken. Sapphirs, rise up, gang gang.
That's it. We're taking over, guys. We're here.
A lot of early util used out from Eyeballers here. Oh, TSM very much abusing that mid position.
Sapphire's like, mate, I need to get out of here.
Yeah, no, almost getting stuck there by his own teammate is a bit of a rough one. How are you just so aware, Pepsor? Gets the first, can't get the second, but does a ton of damage onto Zyphon. Now Zyphon's position is known. Bomber's making his way over towards this A site, but it hasn't been opened up yet. Somehow JW dodges out the bullets, but again, his position known. The Palace push is so easy, and enters again. 2 kills from the same position. He's so easily brought the control back into the hands of his own team. The site is basically opened up here.
Oh man, this is so tough. 3 versus 2. Round is flipped on its head. It was looking so good for Eyeballers initially. Fake plant to try and draw anybody out. They know they've got the time to work. 2 quick kills. Okay. This round just continues to swing back to back like a pendulum. And it's actually going to be Eyeballers round. Now, I tell you what. JW is breathing a massive sigh of relief. He nearly threw that round for his team, you know. The call came through. I think it was Inters or whoever was ramp was really low after the dink. It was Zyphon, excuse me.
Yeah.
It was that dink from Pepsor. So then JW nades him even further. And he's standing on stairs with his USP out, no one covering Palace. He was so lustful for that kill. He wanted that frag so badly. And it nearly cost his team everything.
But luckily, somehow, the rest of his team are able to bounce back in a surprising fashion. I think TSM get a little bit too eager on that one and hand over some kills. What is this mid-aggression again? Heap is an absolute monster. Look at all of this early damage that's come through. The kills are coming thick and fast as well. Eyeballers only lose 1 in that altercation. Pepsol might lose his life here, but he's going to push for this.
Why?
Oh my god, what is happening? Eyeballers getting way too aggressive here, getting way too eager to close this out. And despite the fact that they are making some very questionable choices, this round is still competitive. It's still winnable for either side.
Oh, Flusher's going to walk straight into Joel's crosshair. Look at Joel. Look how patient he is. And there we go. Patience pays dividends. It's all on JW. 1 versus 2. Top fragging for his team. Oh, and he's in the perfect position. There's an eagle out. Valde's going to walk into the crosshair. But JW looked a little bit slow there, if I'm can say so myself. Either way, it is going to be a big round for TSM. They needed at least 1 there to carry through into their second half of overtime.
Swings and roundabouts indeed. Neither one of these teams really being able to stamp a claim here. But again, it's got to be said, right? I was mentioning it a little bit in that previous round. Eyeballers starting to get a little bit unhinged. We need to see them clean up a bit, yeah. Particularly here on this T side. You can be a little bit more aggressive, I think, on the T side. You can be a little bit more loosey-goosey with it, but knowing that we're into this double OT and TSM are so good at adapting to your play, need to see them tighten that up. And there you go, JW, beautiful first kill, instantly traded out by Modo.
Yeah, Orpa's doing work right now.
Every round, it's one of them getting the opening kill.
True.
I need to check that
And
stat.
the fact that Eyeballers have been able to get the frag on Joel is actually really good. Top fragger removed from the equation. 4v4 with plenty time left on the clock. Now, Eyeballers should know TSM have been very active on the CT side, and that's why they're just looking to try and punish picks or rather peaks and pushes that may come through. Mardo, perfect position. Pepsol was just hoping there was some space created because of all the attention in towards mid, but completely off the mark, and it's essentially a free frag as a result. A really big roll of the dice there from Pepsol. Obviously, hindsight has 20/20 vision, but that was not the play. Sapik, next man up to the plate. And the timing works out for him. That's going to give them a lifeline in the round. Valde and Modo to try and keep TSM in a good position. And Valde, yeah, goes completely unaccounted for.
Wouldn't you know it, we found ourselves in a 2 versus 2 all over again, but now down to only 1 player for Eyeballers.
Love this position from Modo. He's not going to get contested, though.
Interesting. I don't think he spots it because Valde's not looking to him. So this could be game-breaking, game-changing. Heap's just going to walk up.
Yeah, Heap's going to plant the bomb. Valde will just walk out and get the kill. That's a really smart position from Valde. Both Modo and Modo and...
You were saying?
Okay, wait, there's enough time here. There's just enough time. Oh, we're alive. Okay. And you know what? The fact that Modo has... Okay, he's got his pistol out. That makes sense. He knows that Heap has to be low. Oh, surely not. Heap is going to step out. But the pistol will secure the job. Okay, everyone calm down, including me.
Yo, no, that was very stressful. The fact that Heap taps literally could have meant everything. But unfortunately, loses out in that last 1v1. So, I'm a stats nerd. And there's a few things that I feel that I should point out to those at home who might like stats as much as I do. Now, as at the last round, because HLTV takes a little while to update, JW is 7-4 for opening kills. Modo is 7-9.
Damn.
But the really interesting one for me, Zyphon, who only has 11 kills, 7 of them are opening frags, but he's also 7-9.
Okay, so he is doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of the opening kills. Oh, no. I thought Instance was going to get that frag dead to right. Sapik doubles down on the opening. He might even be able to find a third. Well, it's okay. Effectively, a third kill comes through in exchange for his life. So that's a 4v2. Eyeballers are doing it again. And, I mean, they keep getting themselves into these positions on map points. They just can't close them out. When will they finish off the job?
Now listen, the way TSM have been able to stabilize, even though it's 2v4, I'm not willing to count them out just yet. You know what? Inters isn't alive anymore though, and he's been like the big clutch multi-fragger, so maybe this is an Eyeballers round. We'll give it a moment. Eyeballers still have a little bit of time to play with here, and I like that they're not being too crazy about it, right? We said in the previous rounds, looked a little bit unhinged, so now not trying to make those same mistakes again. And instead gonna tighten up. Make their way over towards this A-bomb site now. Siphon has an inkling. Looking to see if there's going to be a lurk, because there have been so many previously.
Oh man, this will be a huge round for Siphon to step up, and there we go. I was waiting for that to happen. The lineup, surely not a third. Eventually he's put to death, but further damage is inflicted to Flusher. That nade's on the mark. Boom. Touchdown, but no, not the kill. How's that not found? Brag. Valdez been robbed. Let's get VAR on the case.
Bro, Siphon getting 2 there is just... It's just dumb, is what that is. Oh, crazy. And this is what I was saying. 2v4, I'm still not counting them out. But unfortunately, couldn't do too much more than that. Series, well, I keep reading the word series and I need to stop doing that. Map point once again for Eyeballers. But you know what else it is? It's also the precipice of another OT. And we could very easily be going there.
Yeah, I mean, history has repeated itself a number of times, and history says we go to OT. There have been 5 map points to date so far for Eyeballers. 4 on the T side, 1 on the CT side. None of them closed out, obviously, as we're still here on Mirage right now. Will we be here after this round is the question. Or can Eyeballers finally get across the line? They've gotten themselves in towards middle. Oh, JW is a dead man, and that's their highest fragger taken down. Siphon didn't have to do much, just steps on a timing and gets a free kill.
That's devastating for Eyeballers, because again, this was their round to lose, and JW being such an aggressive AWPer may have cost them. Loses that opening duel. He'll hand over one more opener to Siphon. He loses that as well. Siphon with a second. You know what? I find that when you point out a player, they tend to step up a little bit. Yeah, now Sapek will eventually get that kill, but how much more can get done? Down to 3 versus 3. Bomb site relatively open. A good molly to deny some space, but Moto will take out 1 with the AWP. So with only 2 players left here, that ramp is not adequately cleared. A shot through the smoke, but Pepsor's the last one left alive. He does get the bomb planted, but he's got 2 players zoning in on him. The AWP is on high. He gets the first.
Oh!
Cannot get the second. What a run and gun with the pistol from Moto. It's not even the AWP to get the job done. But there it is, folks. 3rd OT. We go again.
You could just see Pepsor's brain processing the information as it was all playing out in front of him, right? And he actually navigates the situation very nicely with the way he moves around and the fights that he takes and the fights he forces. But it's in vain. 36 rounds played so far here on Mirage, and they don't mean a whole lot. Because, well, we still haven't really been able to split these 2 teams an hour and 20 minutes later. And funny enough, it's actually identical on the opposite stream. Rebels and your favorite team, who only Sam knows how to pronounce, have leveled up the scoreline. Go ahead, Sam, tell them the team.
Braziluski lose.
There we go. Braziluski lose against Rebels, also in OT3. So, here we go.
So what you're saying is it didn't matter what game we chose, we would have been in for a banger.
Exactly that. We're in for the marathon. This ain't a sprint.
Glad to know that the Polish derby is delivering, but over on this side, Siphon has lost yet another opener. Always involved in them, but not always the one to come out on top of it. Eyeballers now have given them numbers advantage yet again, but Joel, the hero that he has been, even things out once more. Labored spray. Heap not quite connecting, and he will lose his life. What is the bomb doing there, bro?
A good question. And Pepsor is going to recover the C4 and try to join up with JW, who's taken up a lot of ground in towards market. Pepsor is going to activate that C4, and TSM are going to have to make a retake happen. You can see they're just like, please God, can you guys come A? We don't want to have to retake B. And in the back of their minds, they know that's what's going to happen. Confirmation comes through, bomb gets activated, and now they have to retake. Is this going to happen again? Are Eyeballers going to win the first round of OT again? They've done that every time, Sam. They can't win a map point, but they sure can win the first round of OT.
Well, I don't know. TSM, 3 players still left alive. JW, man, he's just so clean. When he holds an angle and doesn't act like an aggressive overachiever, he gets a hell of a lot done. And there you go. He'll also get the last kill of the round just to top it off. They do, in fact, win another first round of OT.
Oh my, okay. Well, that is the streak continuing. And you got to start to wonder at that point, why can't they finish off the game? You know, it feels like they're just get into a bit of a mental rut. Maybe just overthink the situation. Either way, noses in front once again here on Mirage.
Nice timeout to come through from TSM. I said it a little bit earlier on, but their timeouts have been very impactful. I wonder if this is where they turn it around. We're so early on in this round of OT. That's a double AWP for our CT side.
Yeah, we haven't seen that once, I don't think, right?
No, we saw
a rarity in CS2.
Yeah, we see it a little bit on Anubis from time to time, but even that's kind of fallen off a little bit, yeah. You don't see that nearly as often, but it is such a heavy investment. So, team's not really willing to risk it for the most part. But you're in OT, so why the hell not? We'll see if it can pay off here. Joel's been handed one. We've seen what he can do with a rifle. Looking forward to seeing what he can do with the AWP. You said he kind of, I think you were saying he kind of like used to ping pong between them. So having him here as a secondary AWP could be pretty impactful.
Yeah, there was a time in the early stages or at the beginning of his career when he was AWPing playing for Galaxy Racer, I think. And then from there, more transitioned in towards the rifle. So he certainly is competent with the gun. See what he's going to do with it here in this round. Eyeballers have been afforded quite a lot of space in towards middle and into that second AWP. They go. Joel's been tagged down though. And I'm betting he would love to have a rifle right now. And he's going to get swung on. But nope, job's still done with the AWP anyway.
Good God. The fact that he's able to escape with his life is ridiculous. But Zyphon will get taken out in return. And now TSM fully aware. Oh, sorry, not TSM. Eyeballers fully aware that there are two AWPs at play. One in mid, one over towards A. And yes, that means that they're going to start heading over towards this B site. However, the AWP is quick to follow. This is going to be the easiest site, I think, to overrun if they can deny the sight lines. But it's going to have to be quick, and it's going to have to be decisive.
Yeah, time ticking away. They don't have that luxury on their side anymore. Fresh and Sandier is going to keep them at bay. JW gets ticked down. Wouldn't have been heard by the CTs, though. Two players hard committed to either bomb site, and it's a massive exit coming through right now. Balder's going to get forced out of position, but he's still actually able to get a kill. Good work coming through from him. He's hoping he can set up his teammate with the AWP. There's Joel, down to 4 points of health. Can he deny the planter? Someone has to get on the plant. Someone's got to activate the bomb. They're still looking for the kill. There's no time, guys. Doesn't matter if you get the kill or not. You still need to plant the bomb, and they've dropped the ball entirely.
Bro, what is happening? And this is, again, it's that same thing. So Tom Pickering and one of the other guys that I cast with from time to time, we call it that let's get it done syndrome, where you get so close to the finish line and you start making all of these mistakes. Really small things that cost you so heavily. And I think for both of these two teams, more so for Eyeballers, because more often than not, it's Eyeballers who get so close to that threshold, and it's TSM who have to claw back into it. It's so seldom TSM that find themselves on that kind of edge of the line, can just drag themselves over situation. And then Eyeballers go and they make this crazy mistake, and TSM, cool, we're still in this, and they keep fighting back. And now they'll kick off this round with the first opener here. But Pepsor's gone completely unchecked. He's not going to get too much done, though, however. TSM very quick to hold the line, and eventually he will get dealt with. 2 players left for Eyeballers, stuck in mid. Okay, JW will get 1 return. We take those. But how much more can they realistically get done in this round?
Yeah, I feel like we've reached breaking point for Eyeballers. You know, they've had, what, 6 map points so far here. A couple on the T side, a couple on the CT side. They haven't been able to close any of them out. And eventually, you're going to run out of chances. And TSM, it feels like they're slowly getting better and better now. Getting more and more comfortable. And they're going to have a lead going into their T side. They're 2 rounds away. If you're not familiar, the magic number is 22. That will get you the win here on Mirage. And we will flip sides here once again. I don't know. I've just got a feeling that this is TSM's... I mean, Eyeballers have to win all three rounds here if they're going to win this map in this set of overtime. Has to be a flawless CT side from them. I just feel like that's too much to ask.
Now, I could be wrong.
Yes.
But I think this is the first time TSM have the lead in OT.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
I think so as well. I feel like you're onto something there. I
have been known to be incorrect, I'll be honest, but
it's okay. Happens to the best of us.
And that is an interesting change of pace here, and we'll see if they can capitalize off that. JW with an uncharacteristic miss. And they've also bought into the double AWP here, and it's not even going to be the AWP that gets the results. Okay, it'll be Moto's AWP. That'll even out the... no, more than even it out. Down to 3 versus 3, and it's... oh, man, it's the 2 AWPs that are still alive. How much can you get done with 2 AWPs? It's all down to Flusher, the sub, the stand-in, the man, the myth, the legend. And he has to clutch this out for his team.
They essentially had 3 players on the A bomb site, and still Joel's able to come out of Palace completely unchecked. He's up to 40 frags right now. My goodness, what a game coming through from Joel. And it's going to be a 1v2 for Flusher. You said the man, the myth, the beast, the legend. This is where the quote went down. Wasn't necessarily Flusher, of course, it was called Zera. Vince, the one who coined that term, but he's in the same part of the map right now, so maybe he can channel that energy.
Man, so many angles to have to check. No, swings wide. That shot was never gonna connect. Well done to TSM to play that patient. And you know what? I had an inkling. If I am indeed correct that that's the first time TSM have taken the lead in OT, this could be it.
Okay, so I did go back and run the numbers, and in the first half of first OT, they had the lead briefly. So if we're gonna get very technical,
but they started on CT that time.
Exactly. So we'll chalk it down to that. It's been a long time since they've had the lead. They've got 2 map points. TSM have 2 opportunities to close out Mirage, and I feel like that would be such a huge blow to Eyeballers, right? Like just such a defeating blow, considering that they were the ones who have had so many chances. JW not able to open up. That incendiary actually bounces awkwardly. It was a smoke grenade, excuse me. So all's well and ends well, but Motto's opened up.
Motto always opens up. It's getting a little bit ridiculous how much this man can get done with an AWP in the first few seconds of a round, but it's already brought down back to 4 versus 4. TSM have control of the site. This is massive. Eyeballers, you know, I don't love the lurk. It's taken so long to get into position. It's never going to activate in time. Now he's just going to have to turn around because they've lost yet another player. They're just wasting down their own time. We'll see how they mount this retake. Yeah, first player spotted. The swing comes through, but not going to get too much done off the back of it. Sapek must have spotted the one towards main. Knows there's one up in towards Palace. Any player who's somewhat unknown as Joel, holding, creeping in this corner. Flasher has no idea. Spots the Palace player. If Joel peeks, there you go. That's going to shut him down quick, sharp. And Pepsaw, last player left alive. Everything to do. Can't be done. And TSM will finally close it out here at 23. 3 overtimes it took. We almost went to another, but TSM will come and maintain that control at the last hurdle.
Yeah, that's crazy that finally TSM are able to get across the line and break the backs of Eyeballers, who are going to be kicking themselves going into the break, I reckon. So many opportunities to close out Mirage, and like you alluded to, nobody's fault but their own that they don't get across the line. And you got to give the props to TSM for holding their nerve. They had to defend so many map points, and as soon as they got their own, they were clinical. So really good work. I think Inters and Motto are the 2 who impressed me the most.
So, just checking out the stats.
And Joel, obviously.
Obviously. So, again, you know, HLTV a little bit behind, but as at when the score was like chilling at 20 and 19, the opening duels were 9 and 12 for both Motto and Zyphon.
Wow.
Collectively, they were involved with 42 opening duels. That is absurd. But it was Joel, our player to watch, that we're going to be highlighting here for you guys, and 43 kills on that map. What a performance from him.
Yeah, insane. It was throughout the entire map as well. He was putting up a really good performance, right? He was the key player for TSM for sure. The player we highlighted coming into it. Sam, I need a break. I think you need a break. Everybody who's watching needs a short break as well, just to gather some refreshments and get ready for that next map. It's going to be Overpass. It's the pick of Eyeballers. We'll take a short break, and we come back. We'll find out what they have in store.
Welcome back, everybody. 23-19 in favor of TSM on their map pick over on Mirage. I had a quick snack, grabbed myself some water, needed a little bit of a breather. I'm sure all of you did as well. Now, we should be getting ready to dive into Overpass. This, of course, is going to be Eyeballers map pick. So, Hayes, what are we expecting?
Well, I mean, it depends, really. We saw a lot on Mirage. A lot. A lot of rounds, a lot of chaos, a lot of mistakes, a lot of great plays as well. Joel, in particular, the one who stands out for me. Great stuff coming through from him on TSM. I think Overpass was a map TSM were looking to integrate into their pool when they started playing as a team, but obviously they've changed a lot of players since then. They've only played on the map twice, whereas Eyeballers are really proficient on Overpass. So I'm expecting them to get across the line. My problem is that although they looked better than TSM throughout Mirage, they weren't able to close it out, right? They had 6 map points that all went amiss. So, you know, it's all about what Eyeballers are we going to get you. They have to be more clinical on their pick here.
And of course, they're more than likely going to be starting on that T side. I say more than likely. I can actually go back and check that one out because, I mean, it just makes sense. Nope, doesn't say sides. But let's face it, who in their right mind is not going to pick to start on CT? So, of course, TSM going to be starting on the CT side here. So, for Eyeballers, going to need to get a really, really strong start onto this map and hopefully edge themselves in somewhere. Because, I mean, you come off the back of a 23-19 loss when you had... quick maths, I think it was 3 map point scenarios for them over the course of that they just lost so many times until eventually they had to concede the entire map. That must be so difficult to build back into. We'll find out now if they were able to reset as we head in onto Overpass.
Yeah, as you say, though, it's going to be tough for Eyeballers because it's a T-side start for them, and the T-side is normally where they struggle quite a lot on this map. It's the CT side where they're very reliable, so let's see what they're able to conjure up here in this first half. It does look like they're going to set up for an exec into this B-bomb site. They've got a smoke and a molly. That's the utility they have to work with. Armor across the board outside of that, so no flashes to enable the exec. It's going to be dry gunfights between these Glocks and USPs, and, well, Sapik is the one looking to take first contact, just edging his way forward. The tip of the spear right now. A couple of players going to make their way up short as well, and it will be Sapik who finds the frag, but the trades are immediate and immense.
Well-placed Molotov there to create a little bit of space, but there's no follow-up. But, bro, can we take a moment? Look at JW.
Oh, but Valde's read it. Wait, how is Valde? Oh my goodness.
No, how does he know? And this is distracting. I think, you know what? I think it's less of a no and more of a nothing else was happening on B, so we have to push back towards the A site, and nothing's been checked, so chances are somebody could be free and clear. And, well, the plan for Eyeballers made a lot of sense, but unfortunately, TSM definitely had their number. Flusher has to make some magic happen here. A few pot shots being taken. Ugh. Yeah, that was never going to go well for him.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like he saw Joel deep in the corner there after he was clearing out the angles, making his way forward. Great pistol run from TSM, just keeping tabs of everything going on, and just Valde's game sense there was brilliant. I don't think he would have heard anything from JW. Obviously, we didn't see what was going on that side of the map. Maybe there was a footstep heard, right? But I doubt JW would give that info up. Anyway, yeah, good pistol round to open up for the CT side here. Eyeball is going to have to settle for the eco, not getting any bomb plants.
Realistically, best case scenario is a little bit of economic damage if they can manage it.
Yeah. I think, sorry, I was just going to say, the one real concern for Eyeballers is even though Overpass is such a good map for them, we've got to remember that they're humans, right? And psychologically, trying to deal with what just happened on that previous map, 6 map points in total, you know, a lot of situations that should have gone their way that didn't. That's got to affect them somewhat coming into this next map, right? That's what it's about being professional, is being able to reset in these breaks and put those things behind you.
Well, it's they had a decent little bit of a break here, so hopefully they have managed to do just that. But unfortunately, as predicted, this round should be a pretty clean sweep for TSM. Okay, a little bit of economic damage. Be happy with that at the very least, but not too much more that they should be able to get done. JW, man, I can see he's going to become an... What? He's going to become an issue here on long. An extra kill that puts a little bit of extra cash in their back pockets and takes some money away from TSM. You're going to be happy with that one. Bro, if he can connect onto Valde here and make it a third... what a difference that would make. But unfortunately, even with the Deagle in hand, he meets up with Zyphon, and Zyphon comes out on top.
Okay, well, 2 kills. I mean, considering eyeballers don't invest much in the round, you would take that. Means that there will be some reinvestment coming through for the CT side. Open play for Modo. We saw how instrumental he was on Mirage, right? The amount of opening kills coming through from him was just mega. And we know CT side, overpass, that AWP is just, yeah, really important. Often one of the players will just dictate the setup that you have as the CT side as well. He gets to determine, are you going to peek monster, are you going to play long, does he want to play bathrooms or lowers, and then everybody kind of slots in place behind him.
This is the Zyphon that I think we were more expecting coming into this. Nice opening frag for him there. Gets him up to 5. He's going to lock down Monster. Eyeballers. This is looking like that's where they were going to angle for a moment, but might have to rethink that. And I like that they're going for map control first, right? Strong, solid default. Sure, they do lose a player, and unfortunately that's going to slow things down a little bit, but if they can get some of this early information. Belzy spotted out on boost. The repeak is absolutely punished. And that's going to open up things nicely here over onto this B site. 2 players to push in. Only 1 currently holding it down. And again, the lurk is wild. This time from Sapek. Not from JW. But he's not able to activate. He's not able to get into position in time. So, wait. They just backed off.
They're going to go A. Flush wants to take this bomb A right now. Sapek's got all the space in the world. Is there a read coming through? I think it's Inters this time who's rotated up, or was it Joel? Actually, it's Joel who's now snaked his way into A. This could be a disaster. They think A's completely open. I mean, Joel should get traded out by Sapek. Does Flusher clear? Okay, there we go. Sapek comes back to check. Thank God for that. Okay, that's going to guarantee them the bomb plant motto scope would have been heard. And, yeah, that's the round locked in. Sapek able to get out of dodge. Yeah, this lurk is proving to be a bit of a problem for TSM right now. Some over-rotations mean that eyeballers are able to take control.
I must admit, when that, like, rotate started happening, I got worried. Same thing 2 rounds in a row. Surely there's no way TSM fall for that. But it works out quite nicely for them. This time around, Sapek being the one to bring up the lurk. He does a great job of shutting down any potential retake scenarios and forces TSM into that save. Very, very well played from them. Finally get their first round. I say finally, it's not like it's been that long. Solid gun round from them to get themselves around here. They would have loved to have taken those guns away from TSM if they could, but all things considered, taking 3 guns away, winning out the round, you're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. At least there's some cash in the reserves here, so TSM can afford a decent buy in the next round. MP9 and FAMAS to plug the gaps. No AWP for the T side just yet either. The winner of this round gains the upper hand in the economic battle as well. Where's that AWP on Modo? Towards long right now. There's going to be a contest coming through from Sapek. Modo's eaten that flash. Don't think the steps would have necessarily been heard by Sapek. If there's another flash, Modo's dead. Is Sapek just going to swing dry? There's that third flash. He hasn't seen him. Eventually, he has all the time in the world. He will get the kill. And yeah, Modo's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, caught way out in the open there. That's the flip side of the super aggressive AWP. We saw it with JW so many times in the previous map as well. It can be punished so heavily. But at the very least, his death will amount to information gained. And now TSM will reinforce this long position. Waiting. Are they going to expect him to be there? Elbow not spotted. Sapek turns. He's going to lose his life. Oh, the trigger discipline. Joel waits. He's giving it over. Okay, once crossed in, guys. Can you deal with it? No, you can't deal with it. Cool, I got this. Now repeaks to deal with the AWP as well, but it's still a 2 versus 2. The shots do not connect, but that's okay. Joel is there with AWP to keep Inters alive. And with the 2 of them holding this cross, it's going to be impossible. As the util comes out, the swing comes through, and TSM net themselves a 3rd.
I can't believe how much work Joel does there in the round for his team. I mean, the trigger discipline was really good initially, and then I love the way that they play off the trigger discipline. One of the CTs was towards Optimus, and Joel calls for him to fight the player who's crossed already, so Joel can swing the player long, but then the player who's Optimus for the CT side loses his gunfight, so it becomes awkward for Joel. He then has to finish off that frag, then he baits out the shot from the AWP, gets that kill as well, and then pushes long to get the AWP. He finds a third frag from that position, so Joel was awesome in that round. Really good work and just good decision making and game sense out of him.
He's been such a standout performance so far throughout this series, and the experience on the AWP definitely coming to hand. Okay, cheeky push down into under, 2 kills for him. Not too much more Eyeball is going to be able to get done. There is some aggression here that they might be able to punish, but they're going to have to be so clean on this. And nah, the angles be... Oh, God. But there's no way you've just gotten 2 with a USPS. I mean, I know it's an anti-eco, but that feels a little bit cheeky.
Well, all 5 players stay alive. Not even a single point of damage taken for the CTs. That's going to boost their money massively, that all 5 players carry their weapons through. Eyeball is obviously going to afford everything they need here, but... don't want to fall too far behind the pace of the game. As for TSM, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. I mean, there was that passage on Mirage where they looked really good, and then things just started to go a bit pear-shaped, and then in OT they got better and better. And it looks like they've carried that form through into the start of Overpass here. Really good work from them. And now they're going to be making moves as well. I like this initiative being taken. JW, he's in position right now. He has got some support from Sapik, but Motto's the one who finds the first kill.
Another great opener here for TSM. And for Motto. Like, he's been so consistent. All right, Heap. You had no right to win that, but we take those. Even out the numbers here. Eyeball is need a round again. Economy's looking so devastating. And to lose again would just set TSM off on a crazy runaway train. And Eyeballers need at least a little bit in the bank so that they've got something to work with when we swap sides. So now we play the patient game. Wait to see if somebody gets a little bit cheeky. Motto's waiting, checking to see if somebody peeks out of bathrooms. The timing on this could be phenomenal for Sapek. He's pushed past where Motto would be holding. Oh, the timing just not paying off for him. And Motto's going to get that quick and easy. And that was the lurk, and they'll know that.
Well, quite a lot of space on the opposite side of the map for the T side. Inters has been forced backwards. He can't do anything about them crossing into the site. Siphon not too clean either. He's going to say, yeah, maybe the guy with the Yorb should be playing from there. Motto says, I want to get boosted. Either way, bomb plant going to come through here. You've still got Joel on the opposite side of the map. He has to make his way down lowers, and Pepto wants to close the gap. He's getting aggressive right now. Do they know there's one in towards Graffiti? Intez finds a frag. Great trades coming through. Flusher at least able to get a kill back. Comes into contact with Joel and actually makes that exchange look easy. Motto doesn't have a kit despite the fact he came into the round with, well, $3,800. So that's a lot of money. He can't stick this 10-second defuse. There's no world in which this is going to be allowed to him. Right, Flusher? Right, Flusher? You have to swing it, not the 10-second. Motto!
Oh.
It gets so close, but eventually Flusher will swing to finish off the job.
Holy, I think there was like a moment of panic for everyone when that was happening. Flusher definitely playing with time a little bit too much there. And Motto's holding it, man. He's ready for that swing. Just not quick enough. Great play from Flusher at the very least. That was such an important round for Eyeballers as well. Needed to have that in their back pocket. And even with that, the money is still not great. But they've done so much damage to TSM that it's almost an even footing.
Imagine Motto bought a kit with his $4,000 he had coming into the round. Don't be stingy, kids. That's the lesson. Buy a kit. Something about not being a loser and a diffuser or something rhyming there. I don't know. Either way. Can Eyeballers build up some momentum? You can do it. There we go. Up the stairs you go. Joel, here's the steps, but he was just baiting him in. All by design. This would be a big round for TSM to lose.
100%. I think for either team, really. At least TSM would have the... No. I mean, at $0, even with 2 rounds of loss streak, that's absolutely nothing to work with. But Motto's going to do his job. He's going to get himself Another kill first. Okay. Heap seems to consistently win the Heap Vivaldi battle over and over again. And TSM are falling apart at the seams in this round. They had such good control. Mono, it feels like he's going to have to go for a hero play here. Between him and Inters, going to have to come up massive. I have questions about the AWP being the one going in aggressive. Fair enough, he gets the shot and he falls back, but that could have ended very badly.
Oh, trying to premeditate them rotating to the B bomb side. They're gambling, thinking, okay, we've shown the AWP A. Let's hope that they quickly, drastically, aggressively try and go B, and it hasn't happened. They've overplayed the situation. They've departed A, and they're probably just going to save their guns as the result. Their hearts sink into their stomachs. That's unfortunate. I mean, I do like the way Modo plays it, to be honest with you. I do like that he knows he has to make a play. They can't afford to sit idly. And you can't fault them for trying to stay one step ahead either. I do like the logic, but just doesn't work out this time.
Hold on to the weapons. Live to fight another day. So far, so good for Eyeballers on T side. I mean, at the exact moment where we said that they really needed to get a round win, they do just that. And as much as this round was a fairly pricey one, they didn't have a ton of money to spend into this, and got a bit expensive with it, buying into the AWP as well. Had to come into it with a Mac 10, lose a few guns in it. But winning out the round is the most important part, and the reinvest isn't going to be too hectic with 3 players surviving and one of the AKs saved or retrieved. Going to be feeling pretty damn confident. Here's one of those becoming famous TSM timeouts. Whoever is coaching TSM is doing work, man.
It's Regin, I believe.
There you go. The adaptations are just so good.
Yeah, it's true. He has had a lot of impact. They've definitely been using their pauses effectively. Eyeballers struggled to actually use their pauses to great effect on Mirage. I think they burned through them quite quickly as well, so when things got rough in OT, they couldn't really use any pause to give Slap an opportunity to slap some sense into them, as it were. They're going to spend their money here, though. They're going all in. Had one last look at their cards on the table. They pushed their chips into the middle of the felt, and, well, there's a lot hinging on this. If you lose this 4-all, then you eco. Eyeballers get the lead on their T side. We know what a monstrous CT side Eyeballers have on this map as well, so this is a really big round for the CT side.
Ooh, oopsie.
Yeah. Betrayed by his own smoke.
Took a little bit more damage than I think he bargained for in that one, but he survived, so. And you know what? If you hit a headshot, you don't have to worry about your HP. You'll just, you'll win. So they tell me. I like that Eyeballers play such a heavy default on Overpass. I feel like this is one of those maps where you can't afford to be as aggressive as they have been, or that we've seen from them, particularly over on Mirage. Take some time, get some of that early information. Don't give over unnecessary advantages, and it's worked out well for them thus far. Maybe they can convert that into an equalizer. And of course, winning this round, I mean, TSM's money was already on the absolute verge in the last round. Losing this round will destroy them.
Absolutely, shatter them completely. And I think Eyeballers are just trying to throw a bit of fake over towards A, and then they're going to exec B. There's only one player on the B bomb site right now. It's Modo with the AWP, and he's not in a great position either. I mean, it's not like he's in a position of safety at all. He needs to call for some support to come back through towards him. There's no more pressure on that A bomb site. TSM have rotated Inters down, but they need more support on that side of the map. 24 seconds, Eyeballers, radio silence across the board. Seems like TSM have now got a read as to what's going on. Modo has to channel his inner guardian from this position right now, dancing around, but he's not even going to get a single kill. That's a disaster. That kickstarts the exec, sprawling their way forward. Frag's going to be favoring Eyeballers, Plant going to follow suit, and that was a lovely work to execute.
Oh, Modo needed to get at least one in that cross, but unfortunately, with so many angles to watch, not enough backup at his side, the shot does not connect and the site is overrun. And that's TSM's money down the drain. Eyeball is going to be feeling so good after that one. As you said, a really well done execute there. Cut noise super early on. Had so much utilities to facilitate the exec. TSM had nothing to push back. They'd overcooked it, which is interesting. I mean, we saw on Mirage where it felt like these two teams were so in sync with one another. understood exactly what was happening from round to round, and this time TSM just couldn't find that same level of awareness.
Yeah, it's true. Kind of fallen off the pace a little bit here on Overpass. They started the map nicely, but things have gone a bit rough since then. And Eyeballers have a great opportunity to now glean the lead. And that's on the T side. I mean, they have like a 35% win rate on the T side and a 76% win rate on the CT side, if memory serves, here on Overpass. So they've already done more than enough with 5 rounds to their name, in my opinion. And they're about to get that 5th. So they're feeling great about life right now. And that's why, I mean, ultimately, so rough that they weren't able to finish the job on Mirage, because the 2-0 would be ripe for the taking.
Yeah, honestly, I think 4 rounds on its own, you are happy with that on a T-side Overpass. I don't know how Sapek lives there. I mean, eventually gets traded out, but like, good lord. But yeah, 4 rounds in MR12, you are happy with that. So to get a 5th here, absolutely laughing. And of course, that is very much to be the case. I don't think there's a world in which TSM actually push this. All they really have is a couple of Deagles. It's not like they've got any armor or anything else, but hey, Deagles cost money. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and hold on to it instead.
I mean, also just avoiding giving up the extra $300 if you want to be a penny pincher. Not give up that kill reward. But then, of course, if you win by bomb explosion, you get some extra cash, so it all kind of evens out at the end of the day. What are your thoughts on the new stickers, Sam?
Shiny. I like shiny things, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah? They do it for you?
I must admit, like, I'm one of those losers that doesn't spend money on cosmetics. I know, default skins, ugh.
Yeah, that's...
But,
I mean, everybody knows, like, a Karambit gives you +10 and AWPing, you know, Butterfly Knife gives you better movement. These things are all well documented.
Of course.
But I like the simplicity of the new stickers. Not much going around and on in the background. You know, just the logo, the player's name. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I think they're going to be some pretty nice crafts coming through from these stickers. First CS2 major stickers as well. Always going to be exciting.
I can't wait for that first major. It's going to be such a freaking banger. And I know that there's a few teams in there that I think a few people were like, really? They made it? We were talking about one of them just yesterday, in fact. So I think this is going to be a really interesting one. Lots of upset potential as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting major for sure at opening stage, starting in, 3 days, the 17th of March, if I'm not mistaken. Most of the teams traveling through to Copenhagen today. Get settled. Either way, here we go. TSM kind of lost the beat here a little bit on the CT side. Eyeballers have won a number of consecutive rounds. In fact, 4 in a row coming through for the T side. Can they keep up the numbers is the question. Again, it's going to be the boost which leads to TSM's demise, and it's aggressive decision making because the player who's boosted sees a T player, knows he's been spotted, and then still swings afterwards anyway.
Great opener for Eyeballers, man. For them to go up to 6 here would be devastating for TSM. I'm not too sure if that's going to be recoverable. Although, that being said, I mean, TSM have been good so far. And in fact, that timeout that they took a little while back, that was one of the first ones where they took it and they didn't swing things back in their favor. So clearly Overpass is a bit of a rough spot for them at the moment. They've taken so much control down long, but they have no control anywhere else. So the crunch could come through if the bomb were going to A, but it's not. The B side is completely free and clear. There is not a soul to be found, and Sapek has lurked up behind them, spotted out the legs.
He wants more though. He doesn't just want that kill. He's going to hear the player rotating in heaven. This is the key frag. This is the frag that completely unlocks the B bomb site. And Sapek is going to do JW proud. No, I thought he was going to go for the knife, and JW would have appreciated that, but no. I guess lock in the frag, and that's just guaranteed the round. 1 kill enough. TSM kind of gamble as they lean towards the top side of the map, and Eyeballers hit B. Great position. I mean, Sapek just continues to find these gaps.
Yeah, I know JW was doing it for the first few rounds, and he was kind of getting shut down. And then, of course, he got the AWP in his hands, so it made a little bit more sense to swap that up. So Sapek getting so much value on these lurks very consistently. TSM forced into yet another save. 10 rounds down, 6 of them in Eyeballer's back pocket. If TSM do not win the next 2 rounds, this could very easily become a GG for them. And that is a
I think
massive
they're in
concern.
trouble already. Yeah, I think that six rounds is already going to be difficult to recover from. At least Joel's going to fight for his life here, looking to keep the AK intact, and he'll do exactly that. All right. Must-win round for TSM, and now it's just about saving face. It's not even about trying to get into a position of control.
Yeah, I mean, for TSM, it feels like their reactions have just not been where they needed to be. I mentioned this a little bit earlier on about how they felt like they really had a good read on Eyeballs, on Mirage, and on this map. It just feels like just cannot read into it. Better smoke from Sapek. Love that. Survives. What just happened? This aggression is getting like a little bit out of hand down towards Fountain here, and somehow TSM have taken the control. Eyeballers were not expecting them to go this deep and heavy-handed all the way towards their own spawn. Now there's only 2 players left. This was cheeky, but man, it paid off well.
Yeah, I guess you can't really blame them. No ways. Modo was a split second away from a collateral. He doesn't even fire off the shot. He would have certainly caught the glimpse of one player. Wouldn't know that they were both there. And they're tracking and tracing him now. It's all about the timing. 3 versus 2. Fresh smoke. That's not going to be respected by Heap. That's for sure. He's just glided straight through. Has Modo caught a glimpse of their head? Are they departing? Well, the shot will come through. So at least now the info's there for TSM. And you've got Valdez on the flank. He's going to deny the bomb plant. And because of the silence, so they don't even know where they're being shot from. TSM finally able to get around back. But that just has to be the start of, well, another round here to finish off the half. And then carry that form into the T side.
Now, the problem with a round like that is that you can very seldom replicate something like that, right? It's explosive, it's completely unexpected, but if you do it a second time, they're gonna be waiting for it. It's exactly the kind of thing that we saw over on Inferno, right? You had a lurk coming through, the lurk activates, it gets a kill, and for every round thereafter, the lurk is being watched. It's being waited for. So a round like that definitely doesn't come twice. However, we are going to see Joel. He has been a superstar. He's going to take a bit of an aggressive angle here. Might just be completely circumvented, but nope. Has heard some of the sounds. Will swing out. JW taken offline, and he just retreats. He's done his job.
Again, a little bit of play being made there. A little bit of ankle being shown, and I like that. I mean, we saw TSM just charge into action in that previous round and worked really well. A bit more nuanced this time, but still effective. And now they don't have to make any further players, right? They just cast the net across the map, cover the bomb sites, force Eyeballers to make that next move. And it looks like that move's going to be towards A. Defense has been padded up here for TSM as well. They've rotated an extra player up, so they've got the numbers on the correct side of the map. They just have to hit the shot to lock in the round, which is proving to be a bit of a challenge right now. It has slipped through their fingers completely.
Joel getting that opener was so huge. All of that information gone. They knew that it was going to be, at the very least, there were going to be some numbers heading over towards this site, and somehow they have just allowed it to trickle away from them. This is heartbreaking. And Eyeballers are going to be so happy to have 7 rounds on their T side. And for Inters, I mean, there's so much to do here. And it's damn near impossible. He does have a kit on hand, but time has ticked so far away. He's checking every angle like he has a chance. But let's face it, he's going to peek out here. Flush is going to take his head off, and that will take us into second half.
Okay.
There we go.
Here we go.
I thought you'd like died.
Second half, second map about to get underway. 5-7 TSM kind of let that first half slip through their fingers. They were leading 4-1 at one point. Eyeballers win 6 of the next 7 thereafter. In complete control as they shift into their favorite side of their map pick as well. I mean, surely this has got a third map written all over it.
100%. Unless TSM can bring something phenomenal to the table here on this T side. Not off to the best start in the pistol. JW getting 2 there is a little bit egregious. Especially as he was caught on the out. But 3 players left for TSM. They'll make their way in towards the site here. One holding back for flank. Waiting for the cross, for the footsteps. Good for one. But his position's known. It's going to buy a little bit of time to ensure that the bomb does get planted. So at least they've got that cash available to them into the next. The chances of them clutching this one are slowly dwindling away. Last player left alive at Siphon. Good for the first. Cannot connect onto another. But hey, bomb plot money.
Yeah, at least that'll enable them to force buy here. I mean, there might be a world in which they just half buy and then get a full buy in the next round. Siphon could afford to drop an AWP and they get full rifles and utility, but nah, scrap that. They want to try and get off the beat of the pace here, get into the game immediately, so they're going to go for the force buy. And, I mean, you compare the firepower on either end, it actually favors TSM, right? 3 SMGs on that CT side. Especially on a map as big as Overpass, that can be a bit of a problem for them to try and navigate here and try and deal with.
I think there's a lot that needs to be dealt with here. So many compounding factors that need to be dealt with and considered. For Eyeballers here, I do love the 3 MP9s. I love that they're looking to try and farm up as much cash as possible. But also opting not to be too crazy with their aggression. A little bit of hold over towards that B site, and Heap's going to get that first kill. But as soon as it wasn't a monster pop, you see them start to spread out a little bit, regain some of that map control. And of course, the first kill coming through so quickly as well gives them all the information that they need. Look, it could have been a lurk, but are you going to risk it? Oh man, I love this. Pushing straight down long, looking to garner that space and stop TSM in their tracks, but he's going very aggressive here. He's taking so much control. The fact that he's good for the first, can he get another? Plays a little bit of anti there. They don't swing on him. Did they just flash themselves? No, I think that was one of his flashes. There you go. He's going to get yet another. A third, in fact. Sure, why not?
How's Pepso getting so much work done? He's still alive to tell the tale as well. It's only Inters left remaining. And this is a disaster for TSM. This was their force buy. They haven't even gotten a single kill. And, well, Inters is going to get pushed by JW. I love the timing on the aggression in that round coming through from the CT side. Pepso's timing to peek long was just so random. And he knows that, you know, if there's someone long, there's a chance that they're clearing out bathrooms. And he could just catch them looking in the wrong direction. And then after that, the flashes are just awkward for both teams. Pepso regains his vision and he just plows them down. 3 kills. JW catches Inters. And, I mean, that's a brutal round for TSM to lose. 9-5 and double digits is ripe for the taking now for the CTs.
I mean, this is more or less what we expected to happen. And unfortunately for TSM, the chances to turn things back around are very much dwindling away, staring down the barrel of double digits for Eyeballers. Next round, they might be able to make something happen, but it's going to have to be a miracle run. That is a great start to the round, however. Inters doesn't... He just backs out. Could have tried to go for the upgrade, but instead opts to make sure that he lives. And possibly the right call. However, an extra gun in hand might have been a little bit of a difference maker. They'll at least be happy with that. A bit of an altercation happening over towards mid, but we follow Joel as he makes his way up towards long and is instantly deleted from the server. Information given over. It cannot be anywhere other than an attempt at an A split. But they're being corralled in towards party, in towards bathroom. And it's just going to be a spray down. Zyphon, last one left alive. If he could get one more, it would be great. The chances are apparently very good. Cool. Go on, make it more. Make it more.
It would certainly up the ante here. He just doesn't have any health. That's the problem. As the smoke fades, he will too into oblivion. 10-5, double digits for the Swedish squad. That's going to give them a good boost of confidence. 3 more rounds required. And again, just going to be in the back of their minds like, could we not have finished off Mirage, you know, with one of the 6 map points? 3 rounds away from a 2-0. Nope, not tonight. There's still quite a road ahead if Eyeballers are going to get across the line. Ancient is the map waiting in the wings, and it looks increasingly likely and almost certain if TSM don't win this next round here.
Alright, everything to play for. Hopes and dreams of a 2-0 on the line. Oh dear lord, they just run straight into Sapek. What a hold from him. Control of water well and truly in his hands. TSM have lost 2 of their players. How do you recover from this? How do you bounce back? They've got no map control, no information. Eyeballers can just sit back and wait now.
Exactly. They don't really have to make any more moves here, do Eyeballers? Great position for JW as well with the AWP. They're going to walk straight into a scope. He shouldn't be able to get anything more than the one. Yeah, trade comes through immediately after he gets the frag, but that's no problem. Still maintains a great advantage for his team, and I'm surprised Pepsor's aggressing there in the 4v2, but I mean, no harm, no foul, and he's dropped the bomb as well, and he wants more. And you know what? He's going to get more.
Not gonna lie, that felt a little bit like an anti-eco with how one-sided it was from start to finish. Hard to believe that TSM came into that as their first gun round. With everything that they needed, but without a plan. Well, that's a bit harsh. They definitely had a plan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Eyeballers, you can see why this is their map pick. So
It's
dynamic across the map. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the good old Mike Tyson quotes. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
There you go.
Hopefully that'll happen to Jake Paul soon.
God, won't they be there? Do you know what? Those are fixed. No one can tell me otherwise.
It's a waste of
Those
time
are
anyway,
100%.
because who wants to see Mike Tyson lose to Jake Paul? I mean, Mike Tyson's in his late 50s. Come on, like, what are we doing here? Either way, he is punching his way in towards lowers right now. We'll bring it down to a 4v4. JW trying to use the clearance of the smoke there, but that's just going to work against him.
TSM with an advantage for the first time in a hot minute on this map. Making their way in over towards the site. Yeah, but the site is heavily reinforced. Do not check the truck player. He will get traded out at the very least, but Siphon is so low HP now. He's going to have to play bait. Allow his team to trade off of him, and that he will. But oh my god, Flusher. Good for 2. He should have been traded, but he lives. Bomb is planted for Moto, and with the sickest flick of his life, he'll secure the round for TSM.
Okay, alright. Really important round going the way of TSM there. And a remarkable recovery as well. Lovely shot there from Moto to finish it off. I thought that round had the writing on the wall, but able to actually shake things up there. Eyeballers have more than enough money to afford another buy. But TSM, I mean, we need a lot more of that. We need a lot more of that if there's going to be any chance here for them to recover this map. A lot more where that came from, that's for sure.
And the unfortunate thing is that they haven't even done too much to Eyeballers' economy at this point. Well, not enough to force them into an awkward buy this round. Winning out this round will put them in a really good stead. We'll see if Eyeballers allow that same thing to happen again. It is a very quick pop in over towards the A site. Joel not able to win out that duel. Sapek will come out on top. Flusher to follow it up with a beautiful second of his own. He knows the players are over towards Monster. A great little bit of damage done over onto Valdi. He's going to pop up and finish the job. Zyphon good for 1, but there's not too much more. I say that, man, I keep counting him out and he keeps proving me wrong. Can he make it a 3rd here? Yes, in fact, he can. That's as much as he does. And that is a ridiculous amount of economic damage done on top of winning the round.
Absolutely. 12-6. I mean, at least there's enough money for TSM to eke out Rifle coming into the last round to win 6 in a row here to force OT. They were leading 4-1 at the start of the game here. They've won 2 rounds since then, while Eyeballers have won 11. So it's just been one-way traffic. 6 opportunities, 6 map points for Eyeballers to close out their pick and take us to Ancient to decide the series. They've been so good across the board of Eyeballers. Pepsor in particular, the one player you wanted to highlight, has really been big here for a team. Siphon, that looked like you were in mid-air when you got that kill, but alright.
A little bit of magic touch. It's all you need. TSM definitely feeling the magic here. Oh, Pepsor. Gonna struggle. The fancy footwork is strong. Moto not looking to get caught out here. Pepso's looking for him, hunting for him, smells the blood in the water. Meanwhile, I mean, so much is happening over towards A, but bomb hasn't even been committed. It looks like they should be able to open up the site they have, but the bomb is still in their spawn, just about. I mean, it's okay. You know what? It's just Pepsor, last player left alive. You know what? I panic about these kinds of things. That being said, it is still Pepsor. It is still Pepsor on the reload, still able to win it out. Now they realize they're going to have to fetch that bomb because Pepsor is not just going to fall on his sword here. The HE to come through, connect, not doing all the damage that he would have wanted. Siphon doing everything he can to hold the line. Pepsor good for one more. He knew where Siphon was. Can he finish up this kill? He's done so much of the damage already. No! The drive-by shot! Pepsor so close to clutching that is ridiculous.
I mean, Siphon is giving me some anxiety just with the way he's running around with the Glock there. Like, I will get this kill. I am going to. Yeah, great attempt from Pepsor. That wall is so wall bangable right now. Paper thin. It's going to be a force buy from Eyeballers here. And if they lose this, 12-8 becomes 12-9. One more gun round after that. That's a bit of a shaky place to be. So, I think Eyeballers, they don't want to get flashbacks of what just happened on Mirage. They want to calmly finish things off here and take us to the third.
Calm. That's certainly not what we are right now. Pepsor 20 and 13. Oh my god. Wait, what? How do you not clear? Okay. Good for one at least. A little bit of econ damage done there. Would have been nice to get a bit more done. And Sapek, unfortunately, only does damage but cannot confirm a kill. So let's give it over, however. There you go. Sneaky beaky. Quick as you like. Keep with a beautiful kill across. Modo not going to be able to get the second here. How has this become so close? Eyeballers had nothing coming into this round. How have they managed to bring it down to 1v2?
It should still be TSM's round, right? 2v1, Flusher only has a CZ. And he's on the wrong side of the map, unfortunately. He's going to recover a gun here. Question is, does he just save the gun? That's a Galil. Not going to get that excited about a Galil, are ya? I'm sure there's something else in towards mid he can try and upgrade to. But yeah, TSM will breathe a sigh of relief. As you say, it gets a bit shaky, but they will make the round theirs, an 8th on the board. They draw within 4 and an eco to follow.
At least doing some damage here. Taking those guns away. TSM not feeling the heat just yet, at least in terms of the cash. But, I mean, you said it right. So many rounds back-to-back that they need to win if they want to be able to take this into overtime again. They did it on Mirage, and I certainly feel like it's definitely doable. I think we might just see that happening here. We've got 4 rounds to get through before we can get there. And to be fair, Eyeballers, I mean, I said they had nothing in the last round. They're really going to have nothing in this round.
I don't believe as much as you, Sam. I'll be honest. I'm backing Eyeballers to finish it off from here. CT side is a great half for them across the maps. The CT side of Overpass is arguably their strongest right now. 4 more chances. This one is going to be a tough one, but Flush has got an AK and armor, so we can't count them out of it entirely. Looks like he's going to get boosted up to try and contest water. Could even be a double boost there. Stack that totem pole up, baby.
Ooh, a little bit of damage chipped through. They have not noticed inters. Yeah, would have heard it, but no sightline currently. Have to be very careful.
Inters knows how popular that boost is as well, right, in the eco.
Very much so. Nice, great shot from Inters there. Open up the site a little bit. Yeah, the boost is spotted. The boost gets value. Interestingly enough, JW from behind, and that's going to be a free gun. Okay, Eyeballers have picked up 2. There's numbers advantage. They've picked up 2 rifles. So it's.
But they've got A control.
Yeah. For how long? Let's see. Fake play here. Does the trade come through? No. Joel, fancy footwork. Able to get out with his life. Little bit of damage from the molly, but he's not going to be too deterred by that. Bomb is down. This post plant should be relatively easy. It is 3 versus 3. Rifles in hand for all of Eyeballers players. Not much util to work with. Doesn't check truck. Zyphon is an absolute monster. And Flush is going to be forced to save. Zyphon really stepping up from the last map.
right? Yeah, great performance coming through from him here on Overpass. He's had a lot of high impact kills. I just love the way he plays that smoke fade as well. As soon as the smoke fades, he's tucked behind the truck and then he just steps out. Catch JW looking the wrong way. Flusher not even going to be able to save his AK. That bomb will finish him off. And 12-9. TSM draw within 3. This is the gun round. Win this 12-10, anti-eco 12-11. 2 gun rounds between TSM and OT. But T-side Overpass is a demanding one. It's a cruel mistress. You can't make a mistake here. You can't make one misstep. That's the real challenge for TSM. Remember, they're playing with 2 players who aren't a part of the active roster in both Inters and Motto. Should be Poison and Quirts, but because of the ESL roster locks, don't have the luxury of playing with their 2 new players. So you know they're practicing with Poison and Motto. Poison and Quirts. So it's just tough to expect a flawless performance from them. But they're fighting tooth and nail right now.
See how much more they can gather for themselves. I mean, the point you're making about not being able to make a mistake on T side on Overpass is exacerbated that much more by the fact that it is obviously, you know, map point forever until the map eventually ends. And that's a great way for Eyeballers to open up this round. Great crossfire being held there. Oh, the attempt at playing anti. Yes, it is traded, but JW will get yet another kill for Eyeballers here. Feeling pretty happy with how this round has started. And as things quiet down over towards B and a player is spotted out towards long, Eyeballers figure maybe it was the fake. Maybe they caught the lurk over towards B. And it's another round where Eyeballers seem to have a really good read into what TSM are going to do next. They flood to reinforce that A site. But looks like this is just going to be a pivot.
It is. And this is the best call right now that TSM could go for. And I mean, you feel like Eyeballers, they should start to get an idea this is the case because of how they're taking ground towards bathrooms. And that's why they've rotated Sapik down. 2 players towards B, 30 seconds on the clock, all or nothing for TSM. And there's a flank. The door's being closed in on them as well. Joel's got to get a move on. There's a timer on his position. Because soon Heap's going to have that line on Joel. And there we go. That's the timer. But wait, Joel, his spidey senses tingle. He's able to get that frag. That throws the cat amongst the pigeons. All the kills going the way of TSM. It's only Flusher left. And I don't think he stands much of a chance.
That was egregious from Eyeballers. They had so much control in that round. The pivot moves over towards the B site. To be fair, they pulled everybody off of B. They figured it's probably going to be an A hit. As they attempt to retake, they just allow TSM to rip through their forces and get yet another round on the board here. You know what? You didn't have faith in the OTAs, but looking at Eyeballers' economy right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're basically 1 round away because this should be the free round. And it's the gun round after this that stands between TSM and overtime. So they are about to completely prove me wrong. I'm going to have egg on my face if they get this to OT.
I'll give you that. TSM are a highly tenacious team, if nothing else. JW already off the board so early on in the round. Barely had a moment to live a life in this one. TSM start to stack over towards B once again. Monster Pop comes through. Great deagle shot, but instantly traded out. This should be a fairly easy site take as Heap is the last one left alive. He's all the way over towards A. There's not too much he's going to be able to get done here. Theoretically.
I'm just wondering what in God's name it's going to do to Eyeballers' mental state if this goes to overtime. Because you think about how the game slipped away from them on Mirage, losing 6 map points across the board, 4 in regulation, a couple in overtime. It would just decimate them surely, right? If they lose this round and that, what was it? Was it a 12-6 lead they had?
12-5. No, it would have been 12-6. Yeah.
12-6 lead.
That's crazy.
Alright, well, 1 more. That's what TSM require. Great fight back, great calling from Veldet, must be said. Siphon activated wonderfully. Joel doing work as well. I'm liking what I'm seeing from TSM, but can they finish off the job?
Eyeballers' last chance here to close out this map in regulation. TSM going to slow this down. Take a moment. A lot of util already used from Eyeballers. TSM have so much to play with. Heap now waiting for someone to peek him. Dear God, man. Joel wins that battle. And that's going to give TSM the player advantage that they need. They can now start heading in over towards that A site. We know it's relatively free and clear. Rotations will come over from B, but it's going to take them a moment. Nice bit of util as well, just to clear things out a little bit more. But eyeballers have arrived. They need to keep an eye over towards long here because, and there's a suspicion that there might be someone there. JW holding the line. They're giving so much time over for eyeballers to get themselves into a solid position here. The lurk of JW is completely taken offline. 2 players left here. Have to try to rotate in from the back site. Not a single player from TSM lost until this very moment. And that's going to give away Pepsor's position over in towards Bank. AWP gets pulled out from Moto. It will connect because he just does not miss. And Flusher has so much to do here. Time ticking away. Kit on hand, but he needs to get into the site. He needs to make something happen. Molotov to push Moto off of position. And they're just going to keep looking for that information. They're going to keep stalling him out. They know there's not much he can do. Gets the kill onto the AWP. But what more is there? Waits for the swing. And it's going to be Valdi to take him down. We go into OT yet again.
Oh my god, I can't believe TSM have forced overtime. That's insane. From 12-6 down, they were leading 4-1 at the start of the map. They then were down 6-12, and then they win 6 rounds in a row casually. I mean, I love the way that they play that last round as well. That's all on Joel. He gets that pick after phasing through the smoke like a madman with so much on the line. He gets that kill. And then he realizes there must be some space to be taken here. He's the one who leads the charge into that A-bomb site. Takes all that ground, locks eyeballers out. JW loses his life out to the late flanking towards long. And everything just slips away from eyeballers. I mean, it's Mirage all over again. And now, it's clear again. There's a prime opportunity here for TSM, and they're going to open up in OT as well.
Ooh, JW. We've criticized him a little bit for that hyper-aggressive play, and, well, sometimes it does work out so well for him coming up against Moto there. He's going to come second best. And as you say, that's going to open things up very nicely for TSM here. Create a chink in the armor that they can hopefully abuse. Siphon caught out in lower. So Pepsol will bring the numbers back down to an even kilter. TSM gonna look to reroute.
Yeah, and they don't know if there's any ground been taken by the CTs. That's why they have to just pump the brakes here and slow things down as they explore this part of the map. It's gonna take time before they can even think about the bomb site. 4v4. Eyeballers, I mean, they showed they were able to reset after Mirage was forced into OT, but then they eventually lost out there. They have to reset here. Obviously, it's TSM who, if they win this map, they win the series. And they're going to try and work in towards a eyeballers quite far back in their defense right now.
All right, Exec's going to come through.
Oh, there we go.
Jinx
Sapper's lined up, and it's going to be Pepsor who finds the first kill to try and set them in place, but does get traded out. Rotations coming through. It should be enough space for the bomb plant, if I'm not mistaken. Heap wants to try and disrupt the plant. Motto! He's going to complete the plant. Surely not the kill. No, he misses the shot, but he has given Inters a shot in the 1v2.
Bomb planted in such a good position for him. He has to try to isolate these duels, and the problem is his position is pretty well telegraphed at this point. There's no way he's going to isolate them. Tries to reposition. Shot in the back as he attempts to retreat. And that's going to be Eyeballers taking, wouldn't you know it, Hayes, the first round in OT.
I just, you know, that's one of those things. Lose 6 rounds in a row in regulation. Winning any one of the 6 would have locked in the map. Couldn't do that. Nah, we've got the Drake meme. Miss me with that. Win the first round of OT? Yeah, we're all about that life. Okay,
God.
Well, they lead again. But that round win doesn't finish off the map, does it?
There's so much more to get done. And to be fair, I mean, we saw it, right? Eyeballers get, in the previous map, get themselves to map point. Get themselves to map point in OT, start losing. Get to map point in OT, start losing. And around we go. Ooh, oh, goodness. Alright, works out quite nicely for Eyeballers. First kill gonna come through there for Heap. JW will follow it up. Moto burns in the smoke, but somehow able to escape even with all of that damage.
So if they just got into OT and then completely run out of gas, eyeballers have just pitched up now. They mean business again. You can't make this stuff up.
Okay.
Playing with our emotions at this point.
Nice flash. Not too much off the back of it, but it would have been phenomenal if the swing had come through. Well, there you go. They swing off the second. And that'll get them a little bit more to work with. Unfortunately, Inters is now the last one left alive. All eyes trained on Monster. Couldn't find the space they needed. JW, there you go. Cleans it off with the last kill there. 14 rounds on the board. Eyeballers look determined.
Yeah, they do. Gritty fight back coming through from them here in overtime. And that's where you'd expect the experience of Flusher and JW to shine through, right? Where the going is tough, things aren't really working out for them, and everybody's heads would be in the dumpster. But, yeah, it's when JW and Flusher just crack a light joke, get the boys back on board, lighten the mood, remind everybody what's required of them, and get the job done. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Can they secure a flawless first half in OT here?
Ooh. Moto has been a little bit of a magnet for those Molotovs. Does escape with his life again. A little bit more HP than he did in the previous altercation in the last round. He'll be happy with that. They do already have that first opening kill. So it's a great pivot point for them. Eyeballers have fanned out massively here. And if Zyphon plays this patient... Oh god, he was looking everywhere but where Pepsaw was. And Pepsaw himself will get peppered a little bit. Cannot find the meaningful shot. No ways Moto gets that well flashed out. Knows where JW is. Times it perfectly. And the shot will connect. 3 versus 3 here. But Eyeballers are everywhere on the map. They are not where they're meant to be. They have fanned out. They have taken the space. They're getting in behind TSM. And TSM floundering at this point. Finally finding a little bit of space over towards A. But rotations have come through already. Joel has to go absolutely nuclear to allow a plant to happen.
At least he finds a kill. Kind of does keep Modo in the round to a degree. Molly in towards Dumpster. No P coming through, so Modo should be able to find a plant. As I say that, though, look at Sappy. He's coming through with the backstab. Wham, slam, thank you, ma'am. And that is going to be a flawless first half of overtime. All 3 rounds going their way. Sam, please can you add it up for me? Because I'm struggling to do maths right now. They were leading 12-6 in regulation. They couldn't win 1 of 6 rounds on the CT side. But as soon as we hit OT, no problem, baby. 3 in a row.
I'll be honest, I don't know how that works. But hey, as long as it works, that's the important part. Here's the thing, right? Back on their T side, and this is such a beautiful moment for TSM to do what they did twice on Mirage and steal that control back for themselves. Double AWP on board once again for TSM. I love it. I love that we're getting to see this so much more in the overtimes. Wanting to try and slam this down as decisively as possible. But Intis has already taken off the board. It's not even one of the AWPs that end up in one of these opening duels. Instead, it's Intis who's been... I mean, he was a pivot point on Mirage, but on this map, he's been a lot quieter than we'd seen previously. It's taking him off the board. TSM still in with a solid opportunity here. The aggressive play from Valdi. Will it pay off? Will it get punished? Neither, just yet. HE goes out. Doesn't quite get the value that he wanted. The flash comes through, but he will connect the shots. The spray is good. Eyeballers once again. Advantage heavily back in their hands. 4 versus 2 here. And this could be exactly where they close it out. 1 AWP still left alive here. Joel holding onto this angle and waiting for anyone to step into his crosshairs. He's not backed up. He has no one to trade him. He needs to live.
Oh my, I mean, how did TSM bail themselves out of the situation is the question. JW afforded a lifeline. Zyphon's just saying, no way, Jose. He's just looking to force the frag. Oh my god, I can't believe that JW's actually been able to get out of dodge. That's insane. And Eyeballers are now going to join up with him. I mean, Joel has kind of realized what's going on here, so he's going to rotate down. You can't completely count Eyeballers out of this, you know?
Well, Joel already found that first frag with the AWP, brought it down to 2 versus 2.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no ways! No ways, bro! I didn't even get to, like, talk about it. They just get absolutely run down because there's a little bit of impatience there. Joel hasn't even caught up with the rest of, well, with the last remaining player on his team. Already, it just falls apart at the seams. A valiant attempt from TSM, a great resurgence from them in the second half, but Eyeballers finally close it out in overtime on their map pick. And that means, Hayes, we're going to map 3.
Yeah, it does. Ancients, as we expected coming into the series, right? We knew this was going to be a hotly contested game, and it certainly lived up to the expectation. We've had 4 sets of overtime now in this match alone, and who the hell knows what Ancients has in store for us as well. I am looking forward to it, Sam. I'm sure you are as well. I know we've got a player to highlight at the end of that one, so we can have a quick look. Joel, once again, was the one highlighted coming into the game after Mirage, now after Overpass as well. We're going to throw this one to a break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be that third and final map.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Challenger League 47 European Edition. We have a marathon on our hands, Hayes. This is really going the distance. Eyeballers versus TSM. The first map went into 2 overtimes, very nearly a third. Our second map went into 1 overtime, and our third map, well, who's to say?
Well, probably if it keeps up with the track, we're going to have just all the OTs going into Ancient. 4 overtime so far in the series. It's tough to split these teams. I've just been so impressed by Eyeballers' mental fortitude and tenacity, right? I mean, with what happened on Mirage, first of all, they let the game slip away so many times. And then on Overpass, they're leading 6-12. TSM wins 6 rounds in a row, and Eyeballers say no problem. They win, all 4 rounds in OT, and they win the map 19-15. So... 16-12 rather. I was going CSGO overtimes. But yeah, I've just been really impressed by how they've kept their heads in the game.
Yeah, I think that it says a lot that they would get it all the way to map point, backslide quite heavily, come back in OT, get it to that map point scenario, and not like what we saw on Mirage, where they just kept conceding that final round. Instead, they were able to take it over the line and close it out for themselves. So they're going to be pretty happy with that one, especially because it means that we go 1-1 in the series. And yes, we do get to head over to Ancient momentarily. I am so excited for this. Of course, knife round determines sides. We know that. So I'm looking forward to seeing who's actually going to win out on that one, who's going to get to pick their side start, and what this map is going to look like. Because we said it at the start of the previous map, a lot of great plays, but also a lot of mistakes being made.
Yeah. I mean, for me, Eyeballers have been the better team, and then they've kind of let the game slip away. We have seen TSM have some good starts to both of the maps that have gone by, but they haven't been able to keep up after a strong start. So let's see, is Ancient going to be any different? Here we go. Eyeballers CT side start for them. TSM obviously on the flip side. They've got themselves a flash, a smoke, a P250 to work with on this T side, and a smoke and a kit for Eyeballers. So let's get going with this decider.
Go for some early mid control. Love that. And of course, unfortunately, it's just going to be a firing gallery. That could not have gone worse. Eyeballers read into the mid push, reinforced it. Bomb is lost. Moto's last player left alive. It's going to take a bit of a miracle for him to get anything done here.
Yeah, and that's putting it lightly. They know exactly where he is. The bomb is in firm control of Eyeballers. And there should be no way for Moto to get anything done. And there we go. He will fall to heap. And it's Eyeballers who open up first. Yeah, I did mention at the start of the series that Ancient historically was a really good map for Eyeballers. At one point, it was their most played. Maybe fallen out of favor slightly for the Swedish team, but they'll always have a very good idea of the style and how they want to play on this map.
I'm going to kick things off quite nicely. Okay. I thought Heap wasn't going to buy for a moment, and I'm like, ooh, saving up for the op for JW. But no, there you go. M4 in hand. Some strong firepower. They know that TSM have no money to buy in. And once again, firing gallery in mid.
Yeah, that's, I mean, quite something. Not even a single point of damage. That's going to be a nice injection of cash into their bank accounts. This is where TSM are going to look to make a mark. AKs across the board, utility as well. What has Valde got up his sleeve? What is he going to call here?
First gun round, TSM have generally been decent when they get guns in hand. We'll see if they can swing the momentum back into their favor here. A little bit of util on board for them. So far, only 1 kill. Those first couple of rounds went pretty devastatingly. Oh, JW, you sneaky little so-and-so. But unfortunately, not going to get too much out of that one. A little bit of chip damage, but not much more. The aggression from Eyeball is heavily punished. And now TSM will start to overrun the site. Taking a little bit of damage on the entry. And he, good for 1, but is traded out. This is still very much a favorable scenario for TSM. But haven't quite gotten into position to put the bomb down just yet. Eyeballers very much keeping them on their toes, keeping them backed away, denying that space. Got a potential lurk coming through here. Let's see if that I can actually activate and get anything done, as it looks like... Damn, for a moment I thought it was going to be Sapek who was pulling back with the M4, but no, it's actually Flasher pulling back with the MP9. maybe Sapek can get something done here. Maybe he'll still have a chance to retreat. Bomb has still not been planted.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Well, Flusher eventually will get found out, and Sapik is left to his own devices. I think they know exactly where he is as well. He wants to try and force a fight here, but there's just no world in which he's going to make anything happen. Really nice little double peek coming through there from Siphon and Inters, I believe it was. And they shut out any threats. I think Flusher was maybe hoping that TSM were going to rotate away from that A bomb site and go back to B, and maybe he could get ahead of the game with the rotation and be in a bit of a cheeky position, but not the case. So TSM get on the board. I also like TSM's option to just go direct A in the first gun round. I think that's always a good call. There was some resistance early on, but as soon as they got both those kills, it was just always going to be their round, I reckon.
Yeah, it got a little bit weird towards the end of the round, but I mean, there was no universe in which they weren't going to be able to bring that one home, so not too concerned with that. And again, it's going to be a bit of an A lean here. Eyeballers have so heavily reinforced mid to B, but that does allow them the opportunity to activate a potential flank. Yeah, okay, I was kind of hoping JW would head up towards long. Instead, both players are going to head in towards Donut here. So another free and clear sight for TSM. But are they aware? Bomb still not yet. There you go. Bomb will get down. Smoke's giving them just the cover that they need, but instantly trades will come through. Eyeball is still trying to regroup, get back together. The TSM can set themselves into such good positions here. No matter where Eyeballers try to push in from, there should be a TSM hand waiting. Oh, nice little retreat there from Pepsor. And with the information he gathers from that, he's able to get that kill. Not too much more that they're going to be able to get done here with no kit on board. Time ticking away. It is just going to be the save. But at least they do a little bit of damage.
And I think Pepsor's a bit aggrieved by that because he's thinking, oh, I just got this kill here on the Temple player. Guys, let's start rolling forward. And then he looks at his minimap and he sees his entire team has just disembarked the situation. So, Eyeballers accept their fate. They carry a number of weapons through at least, but it's TSM who have been able to level it up early on here. So, we've got a game on our hands here on the Decider as we expected. We played a lot of Counter-Strike. In fact, we started this game over 3 hours ago. We've just started in this Decider. Who said CS2 shortened games? Because that's certainly not true in this instance.
Yeah, one would think, but it seems like Eyeballers and TSM are not done playing Go. You know, at least 16 rounds to win. We've got to get into that first overtime to make it feel like home. But now we're going to go for an aggressive push. Once again, yeah, using those inferior weapons, trying to make something happen. Sapek. Not long for this world, unfortunately. 2 players left from Eyeballers. What more could be done here? Again, it's just another round where you hope to get damage done. A Heap could activate, could find a nice little kill here. It could also be spotted out fairly easily, especially if that util does get used. And there you go, Smoke's going to come through. Give it a little bit of cover.
That's just to get him out, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to have to back out. And it's obviously it's to try to help JW as well. And he's going to be able to back out, makes his way across. But if he's going to be able to hold on to the weapon, it is another story entirely because mid is being held. Zyphon is waiting. And there you go. What could have been 2 saved rifles is now but 1.
Okay, well, that's going to be the lead for TSM. First time they have found themselves in such a position here in the Decider. And no money for Eyeballers either. They have done well in saving guns in the rounds they've been losing to afford an investment in the next, but that's not the case anymore. Now they're going to have to bend the knee and settle for an eco. So it should be a relatively easy 4th added to the tally here for TSM coming into this next round.
I don't know, man. That hero rifle could put up numbers. Let's see if it can at least get a little bit of value. Cash, not really an issue here for TSM, so even 1 or 2 kills isn't really going to make the biggest difference in the world. Information garnered. Nothing in towards mid. Nothing spotted just yet over towards B. With that smoke coming through over on towards A, this should call in the rotation. And yes, Eyeballers will flood to reinforce. But the exec util is on point. The TSM have cracked open this site. Bomb already going to be planted with a minute and 15 still left on the clock. So quick of an execute. No pushback from eyeballers. What can they get done here? Ooh, that's a
now
nice
it's
kill.
about damage. Now it's about just trying to get a few kills to force TSM to rebuy the guns. So there we go. 2 frags will certainly be welcomed. A third would be monumental. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but a third would certainly be nice here for eyeballers. JW, he's licking his lips. Here's the step tucked in. Modo not going to be the victim because Inters is there. Inters keeps his AWPer alive, and the bomb explosion, I don't think it's going to do enough to take down Modo. He'll get away. Oh, no, Inters doesn't though. I didn't even realize he was at threat or at a risk.
The funniest thing is that if JW has a modicum of trigger discipline, he might actually get one, but unfortunately. And I understand, right? Like, time's ticking down, you're not 100% sure you're going to be able to get it done, so you try. But unfortunately, not to be. So now we have full guns, full buys, full absolutely everything you could ask for. The only thing missing is an AWP on JW and some head armor on Heap. Really not much that you could want for in this round for either one of these two teams. This is where eyeballers need to bring it back in their control if it's going to happen. Because if they don't, they're back down onto a little bit of a force at most. And not too much more to work with as TSM start to run away. We'll see if they can pivot themselves here. It's another just free and clear A hit. And Pepso on the A anchor has not had the results that he would have wanted. He's already been forced off of his angle. Good for one, but instantly traded out. Eyeballers have not come to reinforce just yet. Or haven't arrived, let me rather say. They are on their way. But again, it's a very quick bomb plant to kick things off here. Heap will be able to take down Inters and stop the plant, in fact, entirely. Well done there from Heap. Can they keep this going just a little bit longer? Bomb lost on sight, but should be very easily recoverable here for Modo. Eyeballers look to reposition themselves entirely.
Yeah,
bomb picked up. Yeah, they're out of here, man. They're just going to book it over towards the B sites.
Makes sense. Just a good read on the situation. Valde was the one who had already made his way through CT. He's the IGL, so he certainly would have been calling for Modo to come through with the C4. And eyeballers now kind of scratching their heads, and the penny drops, and they realize, okay, they've gone towards that B bomb site, haven't they? Flusher and JW, a combination as old as time itself. Unfortunately, though, Flusher not able to do anything, and that just means JW has the world on his shoulders. Does have a kit. He's got a smoke as well, but this one's just way too far gone. If he just walks into Modo's scope, that's going to suck. That's exactly what happens. TSM feeling really good about life right now.
Yeah, the great thing about these really fast execs is that if something goes awry, like your bomb planter getting killed, if you're able to find a way to pivot, you have so much time. Look, it is very risky as well. Don't get me wrong. If that goes wrong in an unrecoverable way, well then, as the word implies, there will be no recovery. But the fact that they... Go on.
No, that's it. I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, gotcha.
That is unrecoverable. It is not recoverable.
Indeed, yes. That is generally how that works, funnily enough. I'm starting to sound like Newt now.
Goodness. Yeah. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, but it's quite rough now for eyeballers. They don't have much going for them coming into this round. They've kind of had to level out the economy, a few bits and bobs, and going to try and make something happen here as they defend the A bomb site. Siphon does open up. I mean, how good has he been since the light of Mirage? Really, Overpass brought out the best in him, and he's carried that form through here into Ancient as well. They do need to tread lightly. Quite a bit of damage has been done by these pistols, and there's an AK in Heap's hands as well.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned how important that round was going to be for eyeballers, but at least they have that little bit of something to work with in this one. Modo is so suspicious with the low HPs here. Oh, the perfect lineup. It's so good. It's so clean. One player left here. Valdi, he can do it, but he's going to have to be pixel perfect, and the dump spot bait comes through. Eyeballers in a round that they should not have won. TSM just fumble.
Yeah, big time. What a way for eyeballers to get back on the track. I mean, they were stacked up nicely towards A. They had done good chip damage, and kind of felt like TSM were a bit scratchy. They were like, okay, we're just going to kind of keep committing to the original plan here, and with our better weapons, we should be able to get across the line. But eyeballers punished them, and, well, that's a bit of a wake-up call here, I reckon, for that T side.
They're still in a good spot though. Cash to burn, guns in hand. And this time we pivot to the B site instead. A site had a lot of good results, but it started to become a little bit telegraphed. Keep holding on to mid here. Taking out Joel is massive. Joel's having a bit of a quiet one this time. What is Sapek doing? He gets so aggressive. Is good for two. His position is known. The last player left alive is Zyphon, stuck on an island in the middle of nowhere. Bomb unrecoverable at this point. But he will finally trade off on to Sapek. How much more can he get done? Not terribly much.
Actually, a great round there from Eyeballers. I mean, the timing worked out very nicely for the Donut player to get the kill on Joel, and then Sapek just asserts his dominance, not afraid to push through the smoke. Really good timing there. He finds a multi of his own, and Eyeballers are straight back into the business now. They've got, well, I'm not going to say a free round up for grabs here, but certainly a round that should be theirs for the taking. First time I called you for Asian to relay some thoughts through to the team. Well, TSM, I think they're probably going to be a little bit aggrieved how this game's gotten away from them, right? Because they were so good 5-2 up into the anti-eco.
But again, I mean, we spoke about how TSM, throughout the course of the series, both teams actually, there have been moments where they've made these like little mistakes that have compounded on each other and turned into losses where maybe they shouldn't have. And that's exactly what happened a few rounds back. It's a round that TSM should have won. It was not a full-on anti-eco, but Eyeballers didn't really have much to work with. And somehow they converted that into a round win, and TSM going to be feeling the repercussions of that one. Losing the next round, down onto Pistol. Sapek with a beautiful opener here. Again, onto Joel. Joel has not been getting the same value that he did on the last couple of maps, and some players have a bad map. This might be Joel's kryptonite. You know, Donk's got Vertigo. Maybe Joel's got...
Yeah, I mean, Donk's Vertigo, Donk's Kryptonite of Vertigo, though, is like most people's best maps.
True, true.
You know, relatively speaking, his flaws are most people's ceilings. Either way, Joel has done a huge amount of work in the previous two maps. You can't expect him to be Superman throughout the series. He does have to pitch up a bit more than he has, though. As for Eyeballers, they're pitching up in a big way, aren't they? That's 3 rounds in a row. Scoreline leveled up. Players staying alive in the rounds they're winning, so the money is looking good. And TSM, yeah, they've got to win this one now, I reckon. Otherwise, it starts to get a bit sketchy.
I think Eyeballers... Well, I think TSM, for the most part, are going to be fairly okay with 5 rounds here. But as you say, an extra round or 2 would do very nicely to give them that buffer into the second half. Now again, Eyeballers, they take such aggressive mid control, and it tends to work out really well for them. So TSM, this time around, slow it down. They've had a lot of fast rounds, a lot of rounds where they execute very quickly. When clock chilling on 1:15 and they're already planting. This time around, however, chill, default. See where they poke their heads out. Play a little bit of whack-a-mole. Maybe you can get some results off of it. Nothing garnered just yet. A smoke in towards mid. Just to deny some of that early info. And they've managed to pull Flusher back. All the way to the back of B site. So if they opt to exec here, it could be a really solid one. There you go. Offline. Motto gets that first opener. He's been so flush with these opening kills. And still TSM not willing to exec just yet. Taking their time, making sure not to make a single mistake.
Yeah, I really like the way that TSM have built themselves into the round here. Just playing the percentage-based game. They know that things have kind of slipped away from them. Enters a slip through the smoke. He's right on top of Sapek, though. Sapek could really punish, but he can't deny the plant fell there. Has a lot of holes in his ass right now, but he is still alive. And he's been able to get himself back around the corner, tucked into the box. Sapek doing work as well. Zyphon on a very quick flank. He's a man on a mission. Should have had that frag for free. He's going to go down. Now Motto has to clutch. It's going to have to be the ace clutch for Motto. And it's not going to happen. Eyeballers, I mean, that was a lot easier than it should have been.
Definitely. I feel like TSM really fumbled the ball there. Another round where they fumble. They get the opening kill. Now, again, I mean, we do have to remember that they don't have caster vision. They don't know that the B site is free and clear, especially when almost every single round leading up to this. They leave one towards A as an anchor, and then they keep the rest of the map a lot more, you know, reinforced. They don't realize that it's just one player, so they slow it down a little bit. You can see some of the spam coming through to try and see if there's anybody kind of hiding in some of those cubby positions, but they take so long to actually exit that by the time they finally do, eyeballers have come in. They have reinforced the site, and there's just nothing TSM can do at that point. It's a slight misstep, but it costs them dearly.
Oh, Heap phasing the smoke with Pepsol right now. Pepsol's got the util full. Siphon hears them up close to the smoke, but not going to be able to do much about it, all by design there. And there's going to be more aggression. It's Sapik who's standing in the molly, and eyeballers are balling their way to victory. That is so clean. Sapik is a beast. That's the end of the half. Great fight back from eyeballers. Can they keep it up? We'll find out after a short break. Alright, we're back. Last half of the series. What a series it's been so far. Eyeballers were looking great towards the end of their CT side. Will they carry that form into the T side? We're about to find out. Pistol round is live.
Oh, man. Things have terribly gone awry for TSM so far, and it doesn't seem to be getting much better. They start off this CT side and instantly lose 3 of their players. Okay, they'll trade back a little bit, yeah? But doesn't look like too much more is going to happen. Motto's last one left alive. The tiniest bit of HP left. Bomb's already been planted, so you're not stopping that from happening. So how much more can you realistically get done here? Some damage, maybe? Save your armor for the next round? I don't know, man. Feels like you play for exits. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, the Kevlar is still certainly worth carrying through at the bare minimum, especially when you're in this position. You know there's absolutely no hope in hell. And, well, Flusher and JW just having a time of it right now, you know. A little bit of tickles going on between them. It is going to be an 8th round for Eyeballers. TSM, they've kind of disappeared to a degree. They were winning 5-2. They've lost 6 rounds in a row now on Ancient. Wasn't too concerned, but now that the pistol's been added to that tally as well, things start to get a little bit more shaky here.
I generally don't want to put too much when you have a pistol round, right? Because pistol round's 50-50. But when they're already at a deficit, the pistol round becomes so much more important to bounce back. And the fact that they've already lost that, so Eyeballers will win this next round unless there's a miracle play from these USPs. That's going to put Eyeballers up to 9 already. But we've seen TSM bite back from worse. So maybe they can make it happen. Zeus in hand here for Inters. He is just eating damage.
Ah!
And it works! And he gets the gun! But is he instantly traded? Is he instantly traded? This is the question.
Doesn't matter. He's already won the round.
Has he?
He's already won. Yeah, in our halves.
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't realize that's how that worked.
That's all
I'll
that
remember
matters.
that for next time.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about love. Make love, not war. He is not hearing me right now. He is making war, all right. That's not bad for TSM, though, considering they barely invest anything in the round. 2 kills. There's no way it's third. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, not the cleanest round imaginable for Eyeballers, but it's a 1 round nonetheless, so yeah, they're happy with that. Slight reinvestment for what would have been their bonus, and they are bonusing, of course, with 3 of their weapons, so the reinvest is not nearly as hefty as it could have been. AWP for JW on round 3. I respect it. Motto as well, though. First buy for TSM, and they've gone straight into the AWP.
I like it. I like it. I'm glad that they've got the glass cannon here to try and get themselves back to winning ways. It's been a while. 7 rounds in a row here. But there's Motto's AWP. So many opening kills. All of the opening kills from the Romanian AWP here in the series so far. Certainly been a big hallmark of his game.
That'll give them a lot of space to work with at the very least, so they'll be happy with that one. Actually, funnily enough, most opening kills has gone so far on this map to Zyphon and Pepsor. Interestingly. There you go. Nice little bit of damage to come through here. Oh my god, no. Sapek, how are you alive? How are you alive?
Oh,
Chucks the HE over. Is that gonna... Ah, it does like nothing. But still, it was a fun little Kobe.
Alright, well, how do Eyeballers get themselves through this? Flusher's just, oh my goodness, the timing could not be better. Siphon goes above, and that's a free frag for Flusher, and he seems to be aware that there could be another player, and there we go. He's now certainly got the info, but that's a lot of chip damage, and it's a good kill out of Joel onto Heap as well. That throws the cats amongst the pigeons, my goodness. Everything rolling through right now for the CT side, and, I mean, Joel, what a way for him to come alive once again. A triple kill for him, and it couldn't have come in a more important round.
Yeah, there was a moment where I questioned the AWP buy from TSM, where I questioned how heavily they'd forced into it, but you know what? They've made me a believer. I'm very much okay with this. They've almost... I mean, they've done a lot of damage to Eyeballers' economy, right? So, reinvest is going to be heavy. Winning this next round will cripple them financially, and that'll bring the deficit down to 2. And I said how important the pistol was, but to be able to wrestle back the control on round 3 and in such a, not necessarily one-sided, but to have 3 players still left alive, holding onto the AWP, holding onto a lot of those high-impact weapons, they're going to be feeling very good about how that round went.
Yeah, agreed. How does this round play out is the question, though, because even though TSM were able to win the previous, if they lose the one straight after, it feels like it's back to square one at that point. So there's some red tape around this round. They have to proceed with caution. I like this position Pepsol's been able to get into as well. Himself and Velda on opposite sides. Who's going to blink first. And there's Motto. Guess what? Opening kill.
crazy. And then for Valdi to follow that up so easily. Just mowing down eyeballers at this point. Cannot get any sort of an ingress here. Now JW, I mean, there's no way for you to go, man. Bomb will get recovered. Knows the player's boosted up there. Or at the very least suspects it. So that's going to be a nice little bit of cleanup. But unfortunately, Valdi on the lurk is going to be good for one. Now JW stuck between a rock and a hard place. Deals with the rock. And he can rotate over. But TSM, they're aware. And Inters is on his way to intercept.
Yeah, he's going to be able to come through Temple, and JW doesn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, he might get the plant, a little bit of extra cash, but that's going to be a small consolation prize. As TSM, they've left it to the 11th hour, but they will bring themselves back into the fray just in time here. Draw within 2 rounds. Eyeball is going to have to eco going into the next as well. And we got a game on our hands here once again. The decider provides the entertainment. As expected, as the 2 maps prior to this did as well.
Alright, chat. Place your bets. What are the odds that we go to another OT?
I mean, likely. That would be the favorites in terms of the odds.
I don't know. You know, TSM looking kind of clean right now. This will get them up to 8. If they can get themselves up to 9, I mean, I see a world in which they apparently lose one of their weapons arbitrarily in mid, give over. Oh my god.
3.
No.
Stop now, maybe? Please?
That's
Oh
too
my.
much.
He
That's
wants
too
more.
much. Okay.
Okay.
Keep taking down. That's bearable. We can live with that. But 2 rifles recovered already for eyeballers. Even if they back out and say, cool, wash their hands of this round, it would have been a win. But they lose one of those recovered rifles. Brings it down back to a 2 versus 2. Now, Motto on the flank. He has been spotted out, but this should be a really easy shot for him. And so it is. Flusher hasn't managed to recover one of those rifles. All he's got in hand is the pistol. That got hairy for TSM.
It always was supposed to be TSM's round, but like you say, it gets a lot closer than what they would have liked. And they lose a couple players in the process of getting across the line in the round. Could come back to haunt them later on, right? So we'll have to keep tabs on that as they call for a pause. Eyeballers had quite a lot of breathing room at one point, but that has been eviscerated. Gap has been closed. And that breathing room, they can now feel TSM's breath on their neck. That's not a comfortable feeling, Sam. It's not something that, you know, people seek. I mean, at least most of the time.
Yeah, I think this is a really important timeout for TSM, just because to have allowed it to have gotten that close, not a good feeling for them. They're going to be looking to clean that up as quickly as humanly possible. We'll see if they can do so. To get to that 9th round would be such a boon for them. They could, in theory, completely overtake eyeballers. I mean, winning this next round is going to put eyeballers back down onto, at most, some upgraded pistols. Maybe an SMG. But not much to work with. So for TSM, not only is this a statement round, it's a really important one to secure themselves a potential victory in this best of 3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You could make a big case for eyeballers and how important this round is for them as well. Petron knows there's a player tucked in towards the cubby right now, just trying to dance between the molly and the smoke, avoid the util. Where does the assistance come from Valde? They know that they're in towards Donuts as well. Sapik is the one keeping them at bay there. It's a killer piece right now, but Motto, he's the one who splits the 2 teams. He's the difference maker. Man advantage now for TSM as they look to level up the scoreline.
Eyeballers don't have control of the bomb right this minute. And the problem is that their avenue of going to fetch it has now been completely cut off. There is no way that... Never mind. With Joel moving in towards Jaguar, there is a possibility here. But Flush is not going to go for it. I mean, I think they realize this round is over. And I think best they can do now is try to hold on to these weapons. No, they're going to attempt it. I don't know if this is the call, but there you go. JW falls to the wayside, and Flusher quick to follow.
And there you have it, 9-all, 9 apiece, and an eco round for eyeballers. I mean, this has been a very momentum-heavy map so far, hasn't it? It was 5-2 up for Eyeballers after they won 5 rounds in, for TSM after they won 5 in a row. Eyeballers then answered back with 7 rounds of their own. And now we've seen TSM go on a streak of 4. And there should be a 5th added to that tally. So it's all about the momentum right now. Who's going to be able to break the momentum is the question.
TSM about to hit double digits after coming back from such a ridiculous first half. Haven't conceded much in this. They've been on such a tear. And I was actually right. Upgraded pistols and 1 Mac-10. I'm quite proud of myself. I did maths on stream and it wasn't a disaster.
I mean, that's always a dangerous game to play.
Very much so.
You're an inspiration, Sam.
Oh! So
inspiring.
is Sapek. Okay. Trade comes through though, to be expected. Tech9 swinging from the top rope, and it will connect very nicely. TSM have just lost control of this bomb site completely. They're going to have to play hard retake here. But bomb's still not quite planted. Pepsor with the crouch peek gets yet another one. 2 players left here for TSM. Around the TSM should not be losing. Bomb gets planted. It's still recoverable. The lurk from the Mac-10. JW been an absolute monster. Going to cause a little bit of chaos here. Not going to allow Inters to back out. Mottos have to push this. The Tech9 can't push this with the AWP. It would be suicide, but you know what? It's suicide with the Tech9 as well. I cannot believe that TSM have allowed that to slip through their hands.
I don't know if they allowed it to. That was Pepsor just taking it from them with sheer brute force. What a big round coming through from the Swede. That's a quad kill out of him. He just does so much work and great awareness from him with the fights that he takes, you know, back and forth between the A-bomb site and middle as well. Catches good timing on Joel, helps his teammates out so much. And that was awesome work coming through from Pepsor. What a way for Eyeballers to deny Team Solo Mud getting the lead. And now, Inters has a 5-7. If Eyeballers win this, 11-9, no money for TSM. That has completely shaken things up, and JW, well, he shakes it into the next round.
Eyeballers going to be happy with that opener. And that leaves them so much space to decide where they want to go to next. We know mid is completely clear. They don't know, so they're going to go for a heavy default here. Look to garner some of that early information. I like the slower pacing. The problem is we saw TSM do something similar on their T side earlier. And after they'd completely opened up a site for themselves, it took them so long to execute that the retake was the easiest thing imaginable for Eyeballers. Eyeballers cannot allow themselves to fall into the same trap here to start making their way up towards long. Baldi is holding the line. Are they going to expect him to be so far deep? Yes, they do. Take him out. Information garnered, however. The rotation's going to come through from Zyphon to try to re-anchor onto this site. But it's been cracked open. A site free for the taking. And with only 3 players left alive for TSM, you've got to ask, do you even bother to push this?
Question. Bomplon comes through. I think they're just going to accept their fate and carry the guns through. Yeah, there we go. They tip their hats and they call it a day. 11-9. Eyeballers could keep 5 players alive here in their success as well. What a big round for them to win. First frag was JW boosted up, and then second was a nice little flash pop play into A main. Very simple from Eyeballers, but effective. And they're going hunting here as well. Makes sense. They got a bit of money to spare on a few players, so if they could even find it 1 kill here, that would be great.
Not sure that's going to be allowed. And the hunting always gives me such anxiety for the team that's being hunted. But TSM will be allowed to keep their guns into the next round. And it's so necessary for them. There is like no cash left here. Scraping the bottom of the barrels. And this is why they need this timeout. They've got to figure out what the hell the game plan is here. Losing this round, that's gonna... It won't destroy their econ. They've got a little bit of lost streak to fall back on, and obviously they've got a bit of cash in hand, depending on what they choose to do in this round, right? And it looks like they are going to go on to a force, a little bit of a force, and I understand why. You're so close to the end of the line. want to try and make this as competitive as possible. But now they're in the position where if they lose this round, their cash is in a dire situation. And Eyeballers have a free and clear shot of the series win.
Yeah, that's exactly the situation that presents itself right now. A prime opportunity for Eyeballers to get the job done. Heaps of cash in the bank. A lead of 2. You win this, game over. Should be at least. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on TSM coming into this round. Inters and Valde, they've had to settle for MP9s. Sapik, he just seems to revel in this position. T-side, CT side, doesn't matter. This is his home ground, man.
Poor Zyphon. He's had a day of it. First map, he didn't really show up. Second map, helped his team, but could not clutch it out. And now third map, first to die, but his team is there to back him up. And they'll get the next 2 kills onto Eyeballers. Stem the tide a little bit, staunch the flow of blood. Disallow the space. What do Eyeballers do here? It looks like they're going to try to exec onto the A site once again. Very limited util here. No smokes to deny sightline, so they're going to have to work off of this flash. And in fact, they're going in dry. They're going to save that flash, save it for a rainy day. There we go. Flash comes out, but not much that you can play off of it. Motto's in such a good spot here. Backed up by Valde. And this is going to be such an easy retake. But they've given over so much time for Eyeballers, and it doesn't even matter. Motto, first kill to come through. And he's going to be, as I said, backed up by Valde. So Sapek planted for him, but not too much he's going to be able to get done around the TSM. I did not see them winning it, but they bounce back.
They had to win that. That was a must-win round there for the CT side, and they get across the line. Triple kill coming through from Motto with his AWP. Great work out of him. And that is going to be the game just opened wide open once again. Oh, goodness. What a series we've had so far. 22 and 19. That's a lot of rounds right there. 41. 38 rounds in the map after that. 21 here. We're playing a lot of Counter-Strike in this series.
We're playing Counter-Strike? God damn, all this
Apparently.
time I thought it was Overwatch.
That explains why I've been so confused, I guess.
Oh, that could be it.
Because this has been chaos.
How has
Nobody's done
Zyphon
it
died
again.
first again, man?
Yeah.
But I suppose he is playing tip of the sphere. He's going for those early frags. He's going for those, you know, first bloods. But he's getting shut down way too often. This aggression from TSM is wild. Taking so much space over towards mid. It will get slowed down ever so slightly with a little bit of util, but not enough as Joel in for the 3K. I called him out at the start of the map for being a little bit quiet, but the spray down from him is disgusting. And he is almost single-handedly brought this round into his team's control. Despite losing Zyphon, he makes it winnable. 2 players left on Eyeballers, heading over towards this B site, but there's not much to be done here.
Yeah, Joel pretty much single-handedly just pulls the scaffolding out from underneath this round of Eyeballers. Because he doesn't just want the 1 kill, he swings after he gets that frag on Sapik. And then that spray transfer on Flusher was insane as well. He did like 350 damage there, did Joel. And he has a single point of health to his name, but he's alive. So are Pepsor and Flusher just edging their way forward into this B bomb site. There's a smoke here to please block off Motto, but he still spots the player crossing before the smoke blooms. Pepsor will get a frag back, but that's it. 11 apiece, and Eyeballers' money doesn't look great. It's decision-making time for them now. I'm sure we'll see them invest, but should they lose this next round, then that could be the series.
The way this half started, I was not expecting this. The resurgence has been so clean from TSM. Gotta give credit to Joel, man. Started off the map so quiet, and he has stepped on the accelerator. Kind of picked up where Zyphon has been consistently punished for trying to be that, you know, tip of the spear. I'm trying to find another way of saying tip of the spear, because I say that far too freaking much, but that is what it is. It really is. Yeah. The bayonet on the gun. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my
great
god,
work from
Joel.
again. And he wants more. Look at him hunting. This is ruthless from him right now.
punishes for it. But I mean, after getting so much done, yeah, he's fine with that. He can sit back. You know, all right, guys, I've done my job. It's all on you now. With that kill from Modo. Flusher with like 11 HP in a dream? Nah, there's not much to be done here. And like...
Okay. Well, it's happening again. Is this overtime? Is that where we're headed?
You see, I don't think so. Because look at Eyeballer's money at this point. I don't see a world in which Flusher actually opts to try and hold on to this gun. I think he's going to try and push for this, which means he's going to lose this one as well. So there's going to be a little bit of money to spread around, a little bit of love for the teammates. But realistically, there's going to be very little to use. You got 2 players on sub $3,000. That being said, we've seen these teams do more with less.
Yeah, we have. Oh man, I mean, that's my concern. That's why I'm not writing Eyeballers off here, just because of how we've seen them win some of their rounds already. Think back to that Tech 9 round with Pepsor.
Yep.
He's got an AK this time. My goodness. Map and series points. 1 chance here for TSM to finish off the job. Otherwise, well, we find ourselves in some familiar territory. What's the call from Eyeballers? That's my big question right now. Through the molly they go. A lot of utility damage being done, but JW's ahead of the game, looking to chase down Joel. He will with the Mac 10. This guy is just insane.
It's the exact...
B-Site's under a lot of trouble.
I mean, this is just the exact opening that Eyeballers wanted for themselves. Taking Joel offline is honestly a game changer here. But Inters is still up. He's watching the line. He's got Valdi to back him up, and Valdi has been such a great pivot point as well. A lot of damage has come through onto Eyeballers themselves as well, but they've made it in on towards the site already. And bombs should get planted here. Inters boosted up ever so slightly, but gets punished for the boost. In the round that I had almost counted Eyeballers out in. They're now at a 5 versus 3. Yes, it's low HP, but it's an extra body on the line. It's an extra person to pivot off of, an extra person to bait. Sometimes you've just got to play bait and allow yourself to be that swing momentum maker. As Valdi pushes in towards the side here, Sapik will shut him down. JW tries to get 2, but is only good for the 1. Modo, he had open hand. He had to pull out the pistol. He could not get it done. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to OT again.
Again and again and again and again is where we find ourselves here in OT. I called it ages ago here on Ancient. It's so tough to split these two teams, and it feels like Eyeballers deserve OT. I mean, it's normally been TSM who's been the one to force overtime. Now, Eyeballers are the one who wiped the slate clean, and I mean, who the hell knows where this one ends. 12 all on the decider. What a game. Every map has gone to overtime here in the series so far.
We just keep going. Neither team really willing to give up a spot here. And when you think about it, I mean, both teams are having a bit of a rough run so far in Challenger League. So a win here would really be such an important moment for either side. You kind of laid down the stakes at the start. Both teams really looking to make a statement. Eyeball is the team who's never changed, but have never reached greatness. And TSM, the team who have just had some crazy changes and are aiming for that top spot.
Yeah, they're not even playing with their full team, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to make a mistake to open up overtime here. Sapik is the one leading the charge right now. In towards middle he goes, but Modo puts him to death. TSM making their mark here from the word go as they lock down the defense across the map. Moves start to be made over towards A, but TSM have rotated accordingly. They know exactly what's going on, but it's still proving to be a problem.
They're not being allowed in onto the site here, and this is an issue for them. Modo, of course, will shut it down with no util left for Eyeballers. Getting into the site is going to be so incredibly difficult. JW will, however, trade out his teammate. And now both teams try to cut noise. Try to see if they can find a little bit of information into Here's a bit of util being spotted out, and you will swing out, get the double, clutch the round out for TSM. And for the first time, Eyeballers do not win the first round of OT.
Yeah, and ironically, it was the first time TSM had the map points in regulation. So whoever has the map points in regulation is the team who goes to win the first round of OT, because it was Eyeballers on the first 2 maps as well. So there we go. We're keeping up all the trends.
Unfortunately, we don't have a trend to determine which one actually wins out the map, you know, based on that. So we'll see. It's going to be a surprise to all of us, chat. I don't have the script. Hayes doesn't have the script.
Do.
Don't lie.
Don't lie. I've got the script. I know exactly what happens.
I didn't realize South Africans were so
I think they
similar.
sent it to your wrong email. So.
Ah, could be. You know, I recently changed agencies.
For the script, guys. At Hayes Castings.
Follow Hayes. He's a vibe.
I think I need one more for like 1,750, so make it happen. Either way, big round here. Naori Mitsuki, if you're looking for her on Twitter as well.
Mitsuki.
Is that correct?
No.
I just butcher that? Okay.
Yes. It's okay, don't worry about it. Moonbot's got me covered.
I got you on Sam. Either
you know
way,
what, it's the easier way.
There's a big flank coming through from both Siphon and Valde right now. In the meantime, Eyeballers don't have full control of the B-bomb side, but they're kind of starting to work in that direction. TSM do know exactly what's going on right now, and they're rotating accordingly. So it's going to be very tough for Eyeballers to actually get across the line here. The door's getting closed in on them.
I love these looks, though. The crunch from TSM is going to be nasty if they time this right. And already Valdi activates. Will get traded through though. And Pepsor in the back line looking to get a little bit more done here, but Motto is ready and waiting. Now he has time to reposition. The push doesn't come through quickly enough, and there you go. The reposition works. The look activates. And it's another round for TSM.
A perfect round for TSM as well. They just played the situation phenomenally well, used all the info they had really well, and just, yeah, barely made any mistakes there. Happy to take their time. They didn't overplay the situation either. And Motto's been so good on the decider. I mean, he's not a part of the team anymore. He was benched recently. They brought Poison in his place, which I'm quite skeptical of. I mean, Motto's looked good throughout the series, and there's a huge amount of questions over Poison's current level. So I guess Motto's just kind of, you know, showing his ex what they've left behind.
Sometimes you gotta send a message. Gotta show them what they're missing out on.
Exactly, right? Have that glow up.
Slay. Ooh, a little bit of an HE stack there, but nobody's caught out in the corner. Luckily for Eyeballers. They don't take that bait. Oh, Moto. Timing. 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 Who's gonna peek first? Oh, he misses the shot! As much as it's JW who peeks him, missing that shot is crucial. And as he manages to jump his way across through towards the A site, spots out a few players in towards mid. Doesn't call the rotation. Again, TSM. Cool, calm, and collected. A little bit over-aggressive there. And JW will take full advantage.
Well, how do Eyeballers get across the line in the round here? Because they have a number of options available, and sometimes too many options can be confusing. JW is going to go down. That's going to extinguish one of their options. Sapix nearly lost his life out. They have to go A. It's kind of like the decisions are being made for them right now with how these gunfights are going. There's still a player between them and that A bomb site though. Oh, Siphon's in a really crucial position. Sapik has no health. Gives up his life, but at least he gets the info. Problem is, Inters and Motto have done work in the meantime. It's going to be a flawless half of overtime here from TSM. And it's exactly what happens. Locked in by Valde. 15-12. They need one of the next 3 to win the series.
But the question is, can they hold on to that momentum? We've seen it happen a few times where the team on match point lets it slip away. Even in OT, we saw that on Mirage, all the way to 3 overtimes. This might be the longest match of Overwatch. You see, now I've confused myself. This might be the longest match of Counter-Strike that I've ever casted in my career.
Damn,
just because of the sheer... Yeah, just because of
Okay.
actually, wait. No. You have a point. You have a point on that one. MR12 is slightly shorter, so probably the longest of two, which is less impressive now because like two is still new. You know what? You've just ruined my point with your logic, Hayes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't like you
sorry.
anymore.
I mean, I try hard.
Longest in terms of number of overtimes, not in terms of rounds. Speaking of, Joel gonna crack that round open. Beautiful first kill here onto Heap.
I'm not sure if we've had a timeout or if the HUD's just glitching right now. We might not have a player on the
glitching.
HUD. Okay, so it should still be 4 players alive for TSM. Either way, it is going to be an execute into the A bomb site. This could be the last round here. This could be the end of the series. It's been a marathon series so far. Eyeball is fighting tooth and nail. They have to retake here to keep themselves alive.
Time slowly ticking away. Motto holds the cross court with Util in his hand. It's a beautiful shot, and now Eyeballers only have 2 players left alive. Somehow this retake has to be magic, but the magic is not with them. It's going to be Motto, who opens up so many rounds with his AWP to close that round, close the series, and confirm this map win. What a performance here from these two teams, Hayes. I'm so impressed. I couldn't believe that it went this close, this so down to the wire.
Yeah, me neither. Certainly a remarkable and entertaining game. 4 hours later, we finally have a victor. It's going to be a very tough pill for Eyeballers to swallow that they go on to lose the series. I mean, they were in really good contention on Mirage. They couldn't finish it off there. Great performance on Overpass, and Ancient left a lot to be desired. But so much overtime. What a game.
And that's going to be where we close up for the evening, guys. We're a little bit delayed. South America coming at you very, very shortly. Don't go away. We'll be back soon, TM.